Yes, I am. Sorry about that.
It's all right. I get out at 4:50.
Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't realize.
No, that's all right. So I haven't had a chance to,
Oh my gosh.
so I don't have my iPad.
Oh,
But
no.
other than that,
Yeah, good stuff.
oh yeah,
I didn't realize it was everybody.
oh yeah,
Wow.
yeah, it was fun.
Yeah.
Almost fun as going to the dentist.
You got it, Luis?
Yeah, so it is different now. It's a little.
Oh, yeah. Your mom Travis was telling me something.
No, so she wants to do it so that instead of ending the special meeting and starting a new.
It just runs.
No, you just leave it running with this or something. We wanted to do that. Turn on audio so we can hear it. And then I think before it ends, switch it in so you can end it and then start.
Oh,
the new.
it's in Sawmill. Steve, Steve.
Yeah,
Oh,
yep, I forgot.
Yeah.
Oh, good, even better. Are you just here to?
Well, I want to talk to Tony and watch the shit show again.
Ah,
It's gonna be a good one.
really? Wow. What's on the agenda?
The Ukrainian built homes,
Oh,
they're not, they're passing inspections somehow and they shouldn't.
oh,
And people are having problems like the shower pans leaking and black mold and all kinds of things that are not
Nice.
good.
Wow.
So it's gonna be good.
wow, that's not the habitat.
No. Those are actually good homes. These are all the black and white homes you've seen built around town.
Oh,
And they're just having issue after issue after issue. So,
same building?
so what they're doing is they're doing an owner builder. And that'd be like you taking out a permit,
Right, right.
okay? And hiring whoever you wanted to help you build this home. But they do it under an LLC, so the family forms an LLC, and then when the home is finished, then they dissolve that LLC, open a new LLC, and do as owner builder, so there's no culpability if anything goes wrong with the
Oh.
house. And there's been a ton of problems with
Wow.
the mayor, so. And I'm having an issue with one of them on my street who left piles and piles of garbage around, and I asked. So I wanted to talk to Tony today about, can you come and make them clean this stuff up? I mean, they left piles of rocks, dirt, pretty much in the middle of the street.
Oh, my.
And on the other side, roots and piles of weeds and stuff and tree trimmings on the easement part. I'm gonna see if Tony can do anything, because if not, I'm just gonna get my tractor and I'll dump it in their driveway.
Wow. So how does Ukraine come into it?
That's who's building them, Ukrainians.
Oh,
They're all Ukrainian built.
oh, interesting. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought they were being built for them.
No,
By them.
By them. By them, and they're just not, and for some reason, they seem to be passing code, and they shouldn't be,
Wow, wow.
so.
I know I've heard some, I wonder if their homes were built by those people, but I know a couple people that have had mold issues,
Yeah,
and I'm like, man, already, how can you, wow, yeah, something went terribly wrong, eh?
yeah, they're just not checking the homes and stuff, and I don't, but mine obviously is a garbage issue. And then today, Max, he watched the court driveway by his house, Ukrainian builders, and they didn't even put rebar in the driveway.
Yikes,
And they did the same thing on my street.
wow,
So it's like, how do you get away with this?
yeah.
Where's the pre-inspection?
Yeah.
Where is anything? So,
Wow. So I've seen those, like they're all white with black windows, or black
all,
frame?
yeah, all white, black roof, black windows,
Wow.
yeah.
Huh,
And like I tell people, at least they're color coded, so you know who the builder is.
that's right, yeah. Yeah, I'll give them a little extra money, put a little pigment in there,
Yeah.
so they're not all, wow, interesting. Huh.
So you get to say thank you, huh? That's nice.
Yes, yes, yes. Well, it cost us a little more this year than, we had a lot of musicians that were gonna be out of town because it's a holiday, and they go away, so we had to hire a few more people. Yeah, because it's basically all volunteer, but if you lose those people, then you gotta.
Then you gotta hire, right.
So
Yeah, that's-
we use the town money plus, so, it's a pretty fun thing, so.
You want an agenda
Oh, sure.
to see at least what you're coming up about?
Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, I see the Tony you're looking at. Yeah,
Mhm.
the building and code guy. Oh, good. In the beginning.
There you go.
Now who's king? You know, I wound up being the president of the society, only because the gal that we all talked into doing it had health issues and had to step down. I'm like, no, don't leave me. So do you have to wait till the end? Where would you be?
I'm looking. It takes me a bit because I only have one eyeball.
Oh, wow.
I'd be at the end. Well, I'm gonna talk to him before the council meeting, but I'm gonna watch the end play out.
Well, you're probably in number 4, right? For matters not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed 3 minutes.
Well, I'm not gonna speak, I'm just gonna talk to him personally.
Oh, gotcha, okay. Take him to the woodshed, huh?
I am. We have a pretty good relationship.
Good.
He knows I don't put up as much.
Oh, yeah, he's saying, he gets to say something under 1F there.
Mm-hmm. He usually does.
Uh-huh.
So are you back over there in Hillcrest?
Yeah. I kind of liked it till everyone started rebuilding. I'm like, I like it quiet.
Yeah. I don't know what Sam's gonna do. He hasn't made up his mind.
Oh, yeah, right. Yeah.
We're gonna go do a bike ride in September
Really?
up in Susanville. It's a 25-mile bike ride.
Bicycle?
Electric bikes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, we all got electric bikes and we all got motorhomes.
Oh,
So
my God.
we've been doing a lot of traveling together.
Cool. Is that the one, the Biz Johnson Trail?
I don't know, it might be.
Yeah.
Nancy's, the other Nancy's figuring it out.
Hi.
Hi. Everybody grabbing their seats? I'm
Yeah.
gonna suck up to me, Lindsay, because I need to talk to you.
He's in big trouble. I'm kidding. Yeah, there's a bike trail that goes from, like, whatever that town starts with a W,
Westwood?
Westwood
Yeah.
into Susanville, and it's on the railroad.
Yeah, that's the one we're doing.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. I love that, yeah. And it's all downhill, so you're like, well, hello there.
But then we had to go up there.
Oh, you gotta go back?
Well, yeah,
Oh,
we're gonna go camping there too, so we're only gonna do.
because we took a shuttle.
Oh, yeah, but I don't know if we can put the bikes on the shuttle or not, so that's what we gotta investigate.
Somehow we did, because it was our own bikes.
Oh, okay.
Hey there, how are you?
Yeah, because we'd like to do the whole bike trip. dark sky area up by Lakeview, to see the Milky Way, and then we're gonna go to Crater Lake and then home.
Oh my goodness, wow.
We went on a 2-month vacation earlier this year.
Wow.
Did all the southern states and the Natchez Trail.
Wow.
It was super fun. Hi, Miss Case.
Drop the names. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. Keep you busy?
Am I?
Yeah.
I'm kind of bored. Yeah.
Jen was just showing me pictures of
What are you guys doing? What are you doing?
We try to come to as many as we can. Try to
Yeah, spare time. We're tired. So,
be involved. Yeah.
Really?
Have
So
fun.
I
What about you?
was just telling Nancy that we're gonna go on a 25-mile bike ride between Westwood and Susanville.
Give me 30 seconds.
September, Crater Lake, all that kind of stuff. Is he coming tonight?
Okay.
Have you all heard of bitch? Except for you, Nancy.
Yeah, I have good news. The rest of you. You guys have
Do we have more stack?
We were. Oh, we don't know. He broke his wrist that day.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Yeah, he just got his mobile cast off last week. They heal quick at this age.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
So they're sharing pictures of my house, huh? Those girls. So funny. I love those girls.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Doing good.
Back in town, and here you are, first time council meeting, what are you doing? I know, there is. No, they're so cute. Stacy's like, I guess I take pictures of you. I'm like, that's fine. She doesn't see you in 15 minutes. I'm like, get pictures with the pants down, girl.
Trilogy just called me as I was walking out the door. Can we bring a film crew by your house on Thursday? Well, our last picture of it was landscaping. I'm like, sure, I just happened to pull some weeds, so it should be okay.
Yeah,
War wound.
yeah, that's the
Take
biggest
our
issue. is getting
seriously.
And rattlesnakes.
Are you in a shot?
Is that your
How about owners? I don't have one.
We're trying to take your leg off.
Well, we have 3 new insurance companies.
I'm not sure their game. I mean, I think the police are doing a fantastic job. Like anybody says, yeah, there's another company, do it or not, I really don't care. It's being information happen. So, they quoted me $10,000, this was 2 years ago, $10,000, the $35,000 deductible. There's nothing that's gonna happen to my house. It's gonna cost me $35,000 to see that. So I'm not saying anything. But I also, like, when Roger and I built the house, I had a spigot put on my roof to where I can just on my, and do jingles if I need to. And I have a house sitter when we go on vacation. So what's gonna happen? So it's a slab, the water breaks in the ceiling. That's not great. My house wouldn't catch on fire because the roads weren't doing it. It's just plus I have all my metal fencing. You know, the birds, yeah, I have wood posts and stuff that's gonna keep the blowing birds out for the most part. I have a low pitch fence that's gonna catch on that. No gutters. the sad thing about it.
What you doing? You fired up?
Yeah, she looks all fired up, doesn't she? She comes storming in. It is, that's why I know.
No, it is just, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah,
I get it, but I got it. Well,
yeah, I get it. No, there's a house down the street from me that I paid off. I'm carrying the paper for, so they don't have to have insurance. I offered Heidi, but she already had it taken care of. Our house was paid off before the fire though, so, Rock and I sold his house. He paid off mine. It's been paid off for 10 years. But before the fire, I would always kept this option until the fire. Because I knew it was the fire. But now, everybody been explaining, you've been, I've been enforcement for years. They try to have a tree tells you, and what are you gonna plant in its place? So, blame can be distributed. I gotta be a little more cautious. Well, you know, pine seeds don't regenerate unless they've been burned. So that's why they're coming up now. I'm losing my oaks, it's so sad. So I've been trying to trim them in. Because I used to get oaks. Just to keep them from dying. And then you had my crop limbs. Because mine have grown too, and that's what's, I did huge branch, totally healthy, both, to have my landscaping. I started watercolor painting. Rob's, well, since he's been retired, it's like, we have been traveling and doing the houseboat on the weekends and stuff, but during the week, it's not. So, I'll have to play it in the morning. All the time. I know, and I get it all the time. It's like this. I know my landscape is unique, but I can't do it all the time.
I was following Jen around on a tour.
Well, I had bought 700 plants at an auction too, different plants. So slowly my neighbors are getting their landscape. Because I'm supplying them with plants. I could. Sprinkler systems or drip systems. Just take like 1, 2, 3. 3 of them are brand new homeowners that don't know anything. So I'm like, wow, regular system, strange sugar water. I'm sure I'm gonna move because I'm gonna hear who's in this future until you do see it.
No, I don't have one of those. I wish I did.
I got a little phone generator on it. Yeah, it's a deep green builder, and it's got all the blocks inside, and there's like a right street on one side.
I just had enough time for a shower and
You know, I'm asking. Good.
get here. I gotta spend all day on a tractor, so it's good.
Right? Just be outside. Always like reminds me when I go to my garden, even if I'm just watering it, I'm like, reset.
100%.
I just put you in your mini holder.
Oh, did I take your picture?
Is Holly's coming?
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I remember she said.
Cosmetics for babies.
My gym is no longer there. Still trying to make it work.
Coming to be a part of something?
Show.
I was outside, I got my teammate.
Oh, I got that.
Very good.
Ready to house it?
I looked at one.
The tan one? It's a lot easier. This has another deck. This is, it's right by Alan and I, it's tan. It's got bunk beds, and it's got separate bedrooms. All solar, fridge, outfit, one is $1. It's everything. I know they want higher.
Aren't you? Come on. Well, that Monica kid, green hair.
Yeah, it's like 4 feet.
Addressing a bunch of comments for us.
That's
Yes, I have papers that go with it. Should I put them with it?
It wasn't me. Thank you.
Save my seat? Oh.
I can take it for you.
Sorry. So much for locking. That's what it is, that's right. Thoughts are going through my mind. At least it's not him. No,
So good evening, everyone. If you'd please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance and then remain standing for the invocation by Councilmember Lassonde. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Father God, we come before you and praise you. Praise you for all the gifts you shower upon us. Praise you for the folks that worked hard on the dockets for tonight. We praise you for our first responders that keep us safe. And we praise you for all those that are out in the audience coming here and wanting to hear how we deliberate on these items. And Father, we just praise you for their willingness to come and speak before us and help us understand what is the desire of our community. Father, we just thank you for the time together. We pray that you grant us wisdom this evening as we make the right decisions for our town to continue to grow. In your Son's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay. So, report on closed session, no action was taken. So with that, Melanie, roll call.
Roll call, Councilmember Bullen.
Here.
Councilmember Colleton.
Here.
Councilmember Lang. Here. Councilmember Lassonde.
Here.
And Mayor Crowder.
Here. Well, good evening, everyone. It is great to see so many people here tonight. So we'll go with item 1E, presentation by the Paradise Ridge Chamber of Commerce and introduction by Colette Curtis.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time this evening. Tonight, we have asked our TOT, or Transient Occupancy Tax, recipients to give a report on what they spent their funding on for the last year, as well as talk a little bit about their upcoming year. As you may recall, this is a program that Council initiated 2.5 years ago, where it was intended for 3 fiscal years to allocate part of our TOT funding to community groups to promote tourism. And so tonight we have asked those groups to come for, this will be their 3rd year to come, this is their 2nd report, so this is the start of their 3rd year of this 3-year program, to go over the information of how they spent that money. And so first, I would like to invite the Paradise Ridge Chamber of Commerce to give their report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Colette.
Thank you.
Hi, for those of you who don't know me, I am Monica Nolan, CEO of the Paradise Ridge Chamber of Commerce. Town council and staff, thank you for the opportunity to present today. We'll be reviewing the Welcome to the Ridge project, which was supported with $45,000 of TOT funding. We think it's important to review the way the Paradise Ridge Chamber of Commerce has intentionally built a program with the support of these dollars for the reinvestment program, which aims to foster growth and revitalization by promoting tourism and attracting new visitors to our community. It is our goal to not only showcase the unique attractions and natural beauty of our town, but also to encourage these visitors to consider Paradise as their potential permanent home. By highlighting the opportunities, amenities, and quality of life Paradise offers, we strive to inspire individuals to discover the long-term benefits of residing in our community, thereby contributing to its sustainable development and prosperity. Next slide, please.
Sorry.
The work of Welcome to the Ridge began in 2023 with the market research and brand work. In June 2024, we held Open House Weekend, a newly created event to draw people to town, followed by the Ridge Showcase in October to once again promote housing options in Paradise. We'll dive deeper into those results in the next slide. In July 2024, our marketing direction evolved as our agency underwent staffing changes. We used the opportunity to reassess our approach, then partnered with a local consultant to strengthen our strategy and keep our promotional efforts moving forward. The total spent on Welcome to the Ridge activities in the last program year of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025 was just over $54,000. $45,000 was paid with TOT funds. TOT made up 83% of the budget for the last program year, while private funds made up the rest. You can see the total budget expenditure categories here. More than $38,000, or 70% of the total budget, was spent on advertising activities. Next slide, please. This is a snapshot of key activities that took place last year. In the following slides, I'll highlight that activity, but I want to demonstrate the amount of work that's been involved in this project. In October, the Ridge Showcase was staged as part of Johnny Appleseed Days. In December, we hired Carolyn DeNiro as a marketing consultant to assist with strategy and project management. Carolyn is local, and as the prior executive director of Explore Butte County, understands the work involved in developing a brand to increase awareness and visitation. In January, we identified the need to invest in ongoing social media and website updates. Again, we felt it important to hire somebody who understands the landscape in Paradise, and were able to bring this in-house, working with Chamber Operations Associate Emma Miller. Following our transition from the original ad agency, we launched an RFP to secure a partner with the vision for an always-on or evergreen paid campaign and the PR expertise to put Paradise in the spotlight. In May, an RFP evaluation committee reviewed 7 proposals from agencies around the nation, then held interviews, and finally hired a new marketing agency, Chartwell Agency, who will be working with us to build brand and promote Paradise. We also created a new Welcome to the Ridge booth kit, printed collateral for visitors, and tabled at Gold Nugget Days and the Grazing Festival. Next slide, please. In late summer 2024, we worked with the ad agency CDA to create and promote the Ridge Showcase happening during Johnny Appleseed Days in October. The work included new creative and collateral, pitching to the media for press coverage, and paid advertising to recruit visitors and prospective residents from the Sacramento region. This was modeled after Open House Weekend and offered visitors the opportunity to learn more about living on the Ridge. Visitors could speak with local realtors and even explore open homes to see what it would be like to live in Paradise. Next slide, please. This event budget was just under $19,000 and included paid advertising to the Sacramento region. That included agency time for strategy and PR outreach, creating ads to deploy across digital platforms, the creation of a toolkit for partners in media, and paid advertising. The advertising resulted in 12,689 website users in a small amount of time. 25% to the Ridge Showcase specific page were from the targeted Sacramento region. Next. We're grateful to partner with the Town of Paradise to gain insights into our visitors through the Placer AI platform, which gives us access to visitor demographic data to better target marketing efforts towards those interested in visiting and perhaps even making Paradise their home. This data is Johnny Appleseed Days and the Ridge Showcase weekend. The data shows that there were 5,600 visitors that weekend, which was an increase from the prior 2 years' visitation to the event. We will continue to analyze this available data to fine-tune our marketing efforts and reach those most likely to visit Paradise. We continue to table at events and hand out information about Paradise. We've printed more than 5,000 pieces of collateral and handed them out to locals and visitors. Through collaborations with media and our own publications, we actively promote events and activities year-round to attract visitors and boost tourism in our community. Let's see, January 31st through March 31st, 2025, we ran a paid search campaign with the goal of increasing the volume of website traffic to welcometotheridge.com from relevant geographies and audience segments. We targeted Butte County residents, excluding Paradise and Magalia, those in a 150-mile radius outside of Butte County, and decided to target Southern California post-fire. Highlights were 99.8% of clicks came from first-time visitors to the website. 1,369 minutes were spent engaging with the website. Top engagement markets were Sacramento, followed by Butte and Solano. Keyword clicks came from audiences specifically looking for housing in Chico, then deciding to consider Paradise and Magalia. Affordability is a top search term. People with a 150-mile radius showed greater interest in retiring to Paradise than residents of Chico. The video gallery on the website was a tremendous benefit. People want to see what we look like. Plans for our coming year, our total Welcome to the Ridge budget is $200,000. TOT makes up 22.5% of that. We have hired Chartwell Agency who will be developing an always-on strategy for Paradise. While the primary focus will be on why people might choose to live in Paradise, we'll also highlight the lifestyle, activities, special events, and all the reasons to visit. Along with the paid campaign, the strategy will involve recommendations for updated content that will be pushed out via our social media channels and partners. We also expect to build partnerships with other local organizations whose goals align so that we can leverage funds and reach a larger audience. Chamber staff will continue to table at events, hand out information to visitors, and promote Paradise. With the upcoming release of The Lost Bus in theaters and on Apple TV, we anticipate renewed interest in Paradise and conversation about the campfire. In partnership with Chartwell Agency, we're preparing to share the story of today's Paradise, how far we've come, and the progress we've made. This is a valuable opportunity to equip ourselves and our partners with relevant talking points, a proactive press release, and resources that shift the narrative from disaster to one of resilience, growth, and a thriving new community. Slide. This brief presentation reveals just a small part of the extensive work our staff and board carry out behind the scenes to drive growth and prosperity in Paradise. We're proud of the remarkable results we've achieved by maximizing limited resources. Our work through Welcome to the Ridge campaign directly aligns with the Paradise Economic Development TOT Reinvestment Program's mission to foster economic growth and revitalization in Paradise by promoting tourism and attracting new visitors to our community, and also to encourage these visitors to consider Paradise as their potential permanent home. I thank you very much for the investment and partnership and your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Anyone have questions for Monica?
I had a quick question. You mentioned that you had reached out and done advertising in the Sacramento area. Did you have many bites from that advertising?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
It's detailed on the slide, I believe,
Okay.
but I'm happy to provide you more information on on the campaign. But
Okay.
we have been targeting them specifically, but right now we're regrouping. We will continue to target Sacramento.
Yeah.
But I think it said, there was an impressive number who clicked during that paid search campaign. Yeah.
Monica, is there a link between yourself and the real estate side to say these people came up here to buy houses because of what they saw on your website? Is there any connection between the two?
Anecdotally, and our last open house weekend that resulted in 11 escrows post-event. And we're going to be working with Chartwell to better delineate that connection. It's been a little bit difficult,
Okay.
but it's all about selling homes.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, and we have robust realtor presence. All of our member realtors are featured on welcometotheridge.com as well as paradisechamber.com.
Thank you.
Okay.
Marketing is very tough to quantify, but you guys are always out there, always a part of everything that's going on. I thank you for your efforts and all you're doing. So.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you, Monica, for the great events. Party in the Park, Johnny Appleseed, just great events. I know how hard you work on that, and I want to thank you for doing that.
Great. Thanks very much.
I think it's a great presentation. I really appreciate what the Chamber's doing. I fought hard to bring this money back, because I remember it was here when we had to get rid of it, or when the town had to take it back for the general fund when we were going broke. I'm really glad that we were able to give this money back and have it used in the community by the Chamber so people can know about us. And you guys are doing a great job. Keep it up.
Thank you, Woody.
One last quick question. Will we have the open house event again this year?
We may do something on a smaller scale, quite likely a Ridge Showcase event, encouraging our realtors to participate as they did last year in Johnny Appleseed Days. I already have one of our local real estate agencies volunteering to staff that booth for a day, so it's a great opportunity for outreach. And every week on Friday, we highlight the open houses through our Welcome to the Ridge socials. Yeah, thanks.
Great, thank you so much. And next, we'll have the Gold Nugget Museum present. Mark?
Hi, my name is Zach Connell. I'm the board treasurer for the museum. The museum did not get any notice that this was happening, and so we didn't come for this. I'd like to kindly ask the council if we can do our presentation next month, if that would be okay. We did not get any notice that this was going on.
Colette, didn't it get set out to everybody that got notice?
Yes, yes, we did.
So you didn't get any notice. But the museum did get some notice, so you may talk to your board about why you didn't.
I have spoken to our executive director. He said he didn't get anything.
I saw the email that it went out to all the recipients. There was an email from the town more than once that went out, so.
May I ask which email it was sent to?
They can work that out
We
later.
can talk about it afterwards.
Obviously, we're not in a position to go forward with this one.
Right.
So
That's
can we
absolutely fine.
put this on the agenda for next month to come back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Great, so next we'll have any representative from the Performing Arts Center. Thank you, Kelly.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Kelly Connor. I'm the president of the Performing Arts Center. First of all, I want to say thank you for putting your trust in the Performing Arts Center to push forward our tourism and letting people know about Paradise. Because of the allocation of the top TOT funds, the PPAC was able to make our second year in the black of putting on shows. This is important to Paradise because the draw brings in people we would not otherwise have as guests, and the performers spread the word to their friends, resulting in other artists renting our facility for their own shows. How does this happen? Along with the TOT funds, we were able to spend $40,000 in producing the shows. The 2024-2025 season, we were able to book 5 benefit concerts, seen by 2,200 people. We rented out for the people that put on the shows 26 hotel rooms at our local Best Western. Even more rooms were rented from people, the folks that came to see the shows. For the 25-26 season, we would like to continue in this fashion that we have in the last 2 years, booking shows, bringing in interest from other areas, and bringing people from the valley up to Paradise. We would like you to join us at our next show, which is July 29th, for the Paul Thorne Band. What kinds of things were purchased and useful for TOT outreach? $2,000 were spent in TV ads, $1,500 in radio ads, $5,000 in local hotel rooms, and $1,500 in production costs. On behalf of the PPAC board, we want to thank you for this opportunity to use the TOT funds to put heads in beds and build awareness for Paradise. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Kelly. Any questions for Kelly? Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you so much. And next, we'll have the Paradise Symphony.
Hi there, council people. My name is Nancy Murin. I'm the president of the Society, the Paradise Symphony Society. And thanks to you folks, we put on a spectacular, I thought, 4th of July concert. That's how we use the TOT funds. We provide it free to the community, but it does cost a lot of money to put it on. The musicians, the music, the facility, there's a lot of cost involved there. As far as tourism, when we asked the audience where they were from, about a third raised their hand from Chico, a third raised from Paradise or the Ridge area, and the other third were they were yelling out their towns, Oroville and Corning and Redding, and a couple of people from out of state. They were yelling like Arizona and North Carolina and all that stuff. So it was a great showing, and I just so appreciate the town supporting us in the effort. Next year is, of course, the big celebration for the nation, and we are thinking about, there's a musical called 1776, and we're thinking of taking excerpts from that and possibly having some folks dress up as historical figures. We'd like to get more kids coming. We had a total of 1,075 people show up between the two concerts, but only 106 kids, which was such a shame. So we're trying to think of how we can incorporate that and get more kids. But anywho, so next year we're doing a lot of the old favorites and some new things just to keep it fresh. So, and I just thank you so much for supporting the symphony.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And finally, we have Theater on the Ridge.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Thorpe, the Vice President of Theater on the Ridge Board of Directors. First and foremost, thank you so much for the investment in the theater. I would like to talk to you about Stagecoach and having them associated with the symphony, as we do in collaborations and cooperations within the different entities within the community. I've been asked to read you this letter. As we are celebrating our 50th anniversary season this year, the TOT funds have helped us immensely with the ability to increase advertising expenses beyond Butte County and increased exposure with paid ads on social media accounts, Facebook and Instagram. We also use funds to revamp our seriously out-of-date website, and we are enjoying many more visits to our website as a result. Much of the website visits have resulted in paid ads in the Sacramento Bee, also in the San Francisco Chronicle and the Reading Searchlight, garnering more visits and purchase of tickets from outside the area. We have metrics that are going to be provided to Colette also, and they'll be available for you to review. Our children's program, Stagecoach Youth Theater, has benefited from the funds to rent rehearsal space from Paradise Unified Methodist Church. We thank them tremendously, allowing for the scheduling of more classes and increased enrollment, with the ability to offer 6 scholarships this year for tuition totaling $1,250 over 3 sessions. You ask, well, how does that bring people into the community? Children bring adults. They will come over. It's heads and beds. It's the idea that they can see a show. They'll plan for a Friday, come to Saturday. We tie the children into the process. We also know that we have an increased number of families that are moving in the community as a result of the dynamics of our community currently. So we're trying to address those issues. Trying is kind of a bad word. We are addressing those issues actually with those families that are coming in the community and bringing those children into our Stagecoach program. Our educational outreach with a tech training program has garnered us 6 new technicians. As many of you know, maybe you don't, but live performance requires equal participation from cast, but also the technical crews that provide the dynamics associated with lighting, audio, etc. Not to bore you with those details, but it's a vital, essential component. They assist in productions and stage managing, lights, and sound. These technicians, all of high school and college age, taking the place of many of us who are sadly aging out and assuring that we maintain the quality of productions that our audiences expect and will continue to enjoy. I have the breakout here, but the total is that we spent $14,730 of the money that you've invested into bringing people into the community and also bolstering our children. Our plan for calendar year 2026 is to continue with our current path, minus the expenditures from our new website. We wish to increase the amount of scholarships to students in the youth program to assist with free and/or discounted tuition fees for those families with the need for financial help to participate in the program. We wish to also continue with increased advertising to bring tourism, people to live here from beyond Butte County. Once again, thank you so much for these grants. It's enabled us to continue to grow and prosper. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you, Mark. Any questions for Mark?
Thank you. That concludes the presentation. If the council has any more questions, be happy to answer those.
Paradise Art Center, no?
Is Paradise Art Center here? I don't know that they have a representative here tonight. I didn't see them. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, any questions from council? Okay, item 1F, campfire recovery updates. Written reports are included in the agenda package. Any questions for Colette? Hearing none, we'll move on to Mark Maddox, Public Works Director. Any questions for Mark? Okay. Tony Lindsay, CDD Building and Code Enforcement. Any questions for Tony? Okay. Item 1G, Paradise Sewer Project Update. Mark.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the community. So briefly tonight, I'll provide a quick overview of the status of the Paradise Sewer project. First and foremost, I'd like to make sure everyone is fully aware of our special Town Council meeting on Thursday night at 6 p.m. at the Paradise Performing Arts Center on Nunnally Road. So I invite you, if you haven't been to or if you weren't able to make it to the July 24th council meeting, you can go to our website at paradisesewer.com. You can watch that previous meeting. You can download the agenda materials on the website. You can look at the PowerPoint and study the project as much as you'd like. And then as far as the meeting coming up 2 nights from tonight, on Thursday, you can see our meeting flyer and our agenda summary is posted. And we have our project update. So in the last month, we have, let me pull up the monthly update here. So, I'm sorry, that's last month's update. Print it out. Okay. All right. So the activities over the last month, we were, again, advancing a local version of the Paradise Sewer Project and performing our alternatives analysis, responding to public comments as a part of our July 24th special meeting. But in addition to those activities, we performed a sewer collection system site walk to gather information for refining a reduced sewer service area. We toured the City of Biggs's municipal wastewater treatment and management facility to gain an understanding of their system and solicit feedback on their operations. We completed the evaluation of the whole project alternatives, including cost estimates that again were presented at the July 24th meeting. We have a formal recommendation from the ad hoc committee on the preferred alternative. We supported the special meeting on the 24th, and then our funding pursuits are always ongoing. Looking ahead, I mentioned the invitation to come to Thursday night special meeting. We'll have another presentation. We'll provide a summary of the work that's been completed since the last meeting, response to the public comments that were made at the meeting, and then also we had individual members of the community come forward with requests for additional time. And so we had several meetings with members of the community that we can report out on it as well. And then ultimately hear additional public discussion and council consideration of formal project direction. Overall, our commitment to the project is as strong and fierce as ever to deliver this critical recovery project for Paradise. And really excited to showcase that on Thursday night, answer questions, and then keep this momentum going forward to a successful project. With that, I'd be glad to answer any questions the council might have.
Questions for Mark? Okay. So, item 2, consent calendar. Anybody want to remove anything from consent?
I move approval, but what's the resolution numbers on C, D, and E?
2C is 2025-63, and 2D is 2025-64.
And 2E is 6.5.
6.5.
Second.
Motion by Bullen, seconded by Colleton. Councilmember Bullen?
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Lang?
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson?
Aye.
And Mayor Crutter?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay, on to item 4, public communication. For matters that are not on the council business agenda, speakers are allowed 3 minutes. Melanie, cards?
I do have some cards. First card is Christine Daniels.
Good evening, council.
You can pull that mic down. There you go.
Good evening, council. I was a resident at 5510 Clark Road, Space 19, from October of 23 until August 1st of this year, although my lease was up in October. Blue Haven Mobile Home Park and Bovida are renting and now selling homes that have been bad builds. Basically, they're Clayton manufactured homes, and they're all 2021 through 23 built homes. Mine's a 2022, or was. I have been very ill since moving in. My son came to reside after the Maui fire. And it's just been very trying. From onset of moving in, there was a drip in the shower, and I was immediately told it's a manufacturer issue. By November of 24, there's active mold on the inside of the bedroom walls. They had come in previously a couple times and painted over the bathroom. It's been very trying. I've spent multiple thousands of dollars in the doctor for different things. But what I want you to really be aware of is that I did have another property to move to here in Paradise that was a new build on Pence Road. And then on July 21st, I was told I couldn't move in there because they had water damage and a broken pipe, and they weren't going to be able to rent. So, with that said, as I'm moving out of my property, there's, people with cars with, all kinds of property in their car running around looking for places to live. And I can tell you that Space 3, my Space 19, as well as ownered Space 16, has had multiple issues with active mold. And as I was moving out, I was disrupted by people driving by looking for places to live. These homes, at least 3 and 19, are currently listed for sale. I paid $1,370 for rent, and now the rent is $1,500. And I can assure you that everything that is wrong with that property is going to be painted over, and then they're going to sell it and not disclose. and that's going to be over my dead body. I'm 55 years old. I never wanted to move again. It took me everything to get up here on the hill. My father owned a property in Magalia, and he ended up selling and moving out of state, and it hasn't been good. It's been a really rough 2 years up on the ridge. I've spent a lot of money here. I think, you know, I'm a social eater, shopping and everything. I truly enjoyed being here, and this is where I wanted to call home until the day I was gone. But now, unfortunately, I'm back in Oroville and I'm homeless. So I have contacted the state, and I just want you to be aware. You have an LLC, Bovida, that is renting and not taking care of your residents. Campfire victim in 3 is also homeless, and her house was the worst.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next card is Sarah Blaine.
Hello. I had full intention of coming here to talk about chickens, hence the dress. Unfortunately, it was for some reason left off the agenda. So I just wanted to still come here and say that there has been a lot of response to the survey that I sent out to the town via Facebook and the homesteading fair that we had last May. And 99.8% positive. I did send you guys the link so you guys can keep seeing the updated responses. And I just would really like to make sure that that will be on the next agenda. It's very annoying. And then as of what Monica was talking about with things driving people up here, the homesteading fads, things like that is a big draw. And a lot of the ordinances up here, especially the chickens, is a huge deterrent. I come from Rockland, I could have 8 in the city. So just to give you guys an idea of how backwards it feels up here with regards to that. Yeah, I mean, I could even have a rooster. So so hopefully that's on the next agenda so we can actually discuss that. I did send you guys an email, what was it, Sunday or Monday last week regarding all of this. Hopefully you guys have seen it with the responses, and again, it will repopulate with the updated. There's been about 170 plus responses, I think, since, plus the messages we get on Facebook and such. So it is definitely a desired topic. So that's it. Thanks.
So I want to apologize to everyone that's here for this for it not being on the agenda. It will definitely be on September agenda. And again, I apologize for it not being on this one.
Thank you.
Casey Taylor.
Hello, Council. I was hoping to go after Charles Brooks, but this will still make sense. I'm Part B to Charles. But first, we are, on behalf of Rebuild Paradise Foundation, incredibly grateful for the work and the service that you've all done for Paradise. I brag about you everywhere I go. We really are a model community. On behalf of the Rebuild Board and our staff, we're really proud of the recovery work we've been able to do in cooperation with you, partner organizations, and the broader community. I want to share a little bit of that as a testament to our willingness for strong private-public partnership. Our insurance advocacy work started shortly after the fire. The town asked us to document and provide public-facing matrix of current insurance availability on the ridge. We provided that and more details on what goes on in insurability and continue that work today. Since then, we also performed a full LiDAR survey of Lower Magalia and the town to allow for post-fire topography that's benefited countless programs and rebuilds. We invested thousands of donated drone flight hours to benefit public work projects, parks, infrastructure, public funding grants, and hundreds of rebuilds. We partnered in the development of a survey map to help rebuilders save thousands on surveys, partnered with the Community Development Department to develop and maintain a septic map that retailers, builders in the town, and individuals use daily. We created a successful floor plan library in partnership with the town's building department with input from the housing department This program is being successfully implemented in other fire-affected communities along the west, including Altadena. It's a big hit with them. We partnered with other organizations in the town to host several successful home builder resource expos. We hosted several community insurance seminars and have another one scheduled for this fall, I think at the end of September. We created 2 highly successful and unique grant programs to save rebuilders thousands in septic and reconstruction costs. Most recently, we created an innovative gravel grant program that's helped widen the pathway to insuranceability. This grant program is now being highlighted by insurance and insurance commissioners in other states as a forward-thinking way to address some of the challenges and getting and maintaining insurance. In fact, we're being called a model by the current insurance commissioner across the state. We memorialize the handprints of 2,500 Ridge kids to showcase the next generation and the strength of this community. We're proud to be championing the story of our recovery every day. We regularly host tours and interviews for various organizations and media outlets, including 3 new insurance companies who are coming to Paradise later this month. Last month alone, we had 175,000 views across our social media, highlighting the spirit and the success of the rebuild of this amazing community we live in. And we partnered with numerous Ridge-based organizations over the 6 years, and we look forward to continuing as long as we are able. Thank you all for your work.
Thank you, Casey.
Just for any future speakers' information, we have upgraded our microphone in here, and if you get too close to it, it sounds really garbled, so you don't have to get right up on the microphone like the old one we used to have. And so it's hard to understand all the words. So you don't have to stand right up on it, so.
Next card is Charles Brooks.
Part A,
All right, let's see if I can get this. Is that good? Right there?
too close.
Too
No, I'm
close.
just kidding.
Too close. All right. So I'm Part A to Casey's Part B. Council members, thank you all for your service. Really appreciate what you guys have done since the fire, before the fire. I've known a lot of you since before the fire, and I'm just grateful for all the work that you do in your private time to move along the community. Rebuild Paradise Foundation was started at our new to us kitchen table right after the campfire. My wife and I, we just wanted to do something to help the community, identify gaps in the recovery, and try and make a difference. We're here to share and champion the message of our recovery. That's one of the key things that we're trying to do. 175,000 social media views in 1 month. That's pretty significant. We're showcasing a lot about this community. Since the beginning, we have privately fundraised to accomplish our goals. We started with nothing, and we've privately fundraised to do everything that we do to this day. I want to thank you guys, the ones of you that have reached out to me, to our staff, and to other board members since the last council meeting. It was kind of surprising that our name got bounced around for 12 minutes. And so thank you for reaching out afterwards. And just on behalf of our board and team, I just want to make sure that we get a chance to put on public record what we didn't have a chance to clarify during the last meeting. Rebuild Paradise Foundation, after making a public statement about our needs, we were approached by the town and by the town manager to see if there might be a partnership involving our successful insurance advocacy work. And so we said, yeah, we'd entertain a meeting. We never did anything with a contract. We never set up anything that way. It was just an opportunity for us to explore potential funding and another partnership with the town. Just like Casey highlighted, we have done so many partnerships with staff and with the town, not to mention all the partner organizations in the community and on the Ridge. In no way did we seek funding from the town. In fact, we agree with many of the suggestions that you guys had during that discussion. Councilmember Culleton, we would love to see the town take a lead in insurance. Honestly, it would be great if there was a staff member dedicated towards insurance advocacy. We know this is one of the top things that's holding people back from staying here or being able to own a house here. Councilmember Lang, a volunteer committee that could take on insurance advocacy would be excellent, and we would gladly share all of our experience. 6 years of understanding the insurance industry, risk modeling, all the things that go into what's involved with your insurance policy. We would gladly share that with a volunteer committee. As we all know and feel in our pocketbooks every day, affordable insurance is one of the biggest hurdles to our continued recovery and just staying here on the Ridge. Attracting insurers to the Ridge is not a one-sided endeavor. It takes necessary hard work of you, all the council, making those hard decisions about defensible space ordinances and having to enforce those and getting code enforcement out there. It takes the community members. I've weed-eated my property with my son 5 times this year just to stay compliant. It's not an easy task, but it has to be done. It takes partners like the Fire Safe Council, Parks and Rec. Anyway, the last thing that I want to leave you with, I know my time's up, is that whether or not you choose to explore funding with the Rebuild Paradise Foundation for our insurance advocacy work, that's okay. Whatever process is developed for that makes it more appropriate for the budget process, it's totally fine with us. Till our last dollar is spent, we are not giving up on insurance, and we will continue to advocate and attract insurers to this market because it is, in our opinion, one of the most critical things to our community. So we will spend all of the money that we fundraise until our last day. Thank you.
And Charles, I want to say to you, I want to personally apologize to Rebuild Paradise for the little snafu we had with what exactly happened. And as I put on the Facebook post, that was no reflection on your organization. I know the hard work you do, and we appreciate it. So thank you.
Next card is Kathy Thomas.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kathy Thomas. I'm currently a resident of Magalia, but in the process of building in Paradise. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm here to respectfully ask that the city reconsider its current limit of 2 hens per household and allow residents to keep more hens. I know that you're saying it's going to be on the agenda next month, but I did wear my shirt, so I wanted just to take a couple minutes. 2 hens simply isn't sustainable. If one dies, the other one is left alone, which causes stress and can shorten her life. I actually did experience that. A small flock of maybe 6 to 8 hens will maintain a social balance. It keeps odor, noise minimal, and provides enough eggs for a household, therefore supporting food security, self-reliance, especially important in a recovering community like ours. Roosters also serve important roles. They protect hens from predators. They maintain flock order and are needed for hatching chicks, which reduces dependence on commercial hatcheries. Concerns about crowing are valid, but they're manageable. Many owners can use sound insulated coops, or they locate their coops away from neighbors. It's also worth noting that dogs, while beloved, can be far louder and more disruptive than a well-managed flock. Yet, they are not limited in number, nor strictly regulated for noise. Chickens, when responsibly cared for, are far less intrusive. Other towns our size do allow more than 2 hens and a rooster without issue. With clear guidelines, Paradise can do the same, supporting animal welfare, sustainable living, and stronger community resilience. Thank you for ensuring that this topic will be on the next agenda so this can be discussed with the community desires in mind. Thank you for your time and consideration.
And just for the record, looking at your shirt, I did kind of figure why you were here.
Colleen Corners.
Hello, my name is Colleen Corners. I am a resident of Paradise for over 25 years. I was recently in a public place of business when Heidi Lang entered and began talking. I'm here to make you aware of things that were said in public by Heidi Lang that are very disturbing and disappointing. I think this is important as this kind of behavior needs to stop. She criticized people in the town saying that they do not know everything about the sewer. They think they do. That step system will not work. These are people that are opposed to reality. She said that she should get a wrap for her truck and put her town council name tag on a phrase that said, excuse me, fuck your feelings. She said that people need to show up at this sewer meeting because I don't want to hear them bitching that they don't know what was happening because they live under a rock or choose to get their information from rants and raves. She stated that it takes all kinds, and there are people here in our community who play by different rules and don't always have the best of intentions. She said it's really sad because this is not a time to waste our time and energy, or resources, on damaged people. We're all damaged. Furthermore, it was brought to my attention outside of Rebuild Paradise, but someone that Heidi knows, that Heidi called Jen Goodland directly and degraded her extensively about how she operates the organization, telling her that she is an embarrassment to the community, that she is unprofessional, and makes too much money, just to name a few things. It is also my understanding that Heidi influenced Don Foster to give that ridiculous speech at the last council meeting, also criticizing Jen Goodland. I feel as though I'm hearing a bit of jealousy and hate speech, harassment, bullying, attempting to damage a successful nonprofit, and also a use of power to influence others and abuse of her position. Heidi, I gave you money for your campaign, and when you won and you took your oath and you took your seat, I congratulated you and I told you that I thought you would do a great job. I would like a refund. Okay, both. Okay, both.
Christine Page.
Good evening. Sorry. I just want to thank all of you for having us here tonight. I'm here about the chickens. I know. I wanted to say one that says I like peckers, but I didn't get it done. I'm sorry.
I know who can make you one.
I know you do. So thank you for that. I don't know what the drama is about all the other things, but I also wanted to mention in the chicken vein that the ordinance also addresses rabbits, which also only limits you to 2. And that doesn't last very long when you have 2 rabbits. So again, with the pecker joke, but yeah, it's a thing. And so when you're considering this, I hope that you leave enough time on the agenda to address housing needs and things like that. Today we had to shelf a couple of rabbits, which just means bring them in to the home because it was so hot today that they needed to be inside, and they're babies, so they don't want to be away from their mom, but you can do that. So these are the kinds of things that people who care about their animals do. So I hope you'll leave enough time. Thank you.
Kirk Chapman.
Thank you. I feel like I should talk about chickens. Chickens are good. My name's Kirk Chapman. I'm a resident here since 1990. Bought a home in 95. Live up the street from Woody. Probably doesn't know me, but I have a small acreage. There was a small farm, a small truck farm, since 1929. In any case, when I first came here, I went up to the CCC and planted some redwood trees around my property. The only thing that made it through the fire, incidentally, were my live chickens, because I had a ring of redwood trees around the chicken coop. What's happening in my life, and I came here to ask just briefly about this, the violation of the, what do we call it, the defensible space. So what I've, for the first time since ever, just this year, I was notified that my trees needed to be thinned exponentially. I mean, large. I'm aware of Chris. I work with the guys. I know what I need to do, and I want to be in compliance. However, I'm feeling intimidated and pressured to get this done. I'm not even asking for an extension. I'm really hoping that the town will give me a little bit of compassion and let me get this done this spring. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but it's very difficult to hire people with chainsaws. And I've been in touch with a couple of outfits, including the CMA. They're willing to come out with a chipper. I want to be in compliance. I have not been fined yet, but I've been threatened repeatedly. Now, I've talked to both Chris and Shauna and Brian and Stephanie or whatever, a whole bunch of folks down there. And they say, just keep plugging along. But I feel a sense of doom that it's impossible for me to remove the amount of foliage, to come into compliance that looks anything like this map that you guys have presented me with. I want my property to look like Woody's property. That's a nice piece of property. It's pretty close. It does need some attention. Anyway, I just wanted to show up and just say that I feel intimidated by the boys. I mean, sitting across the street with their clipboards, looking at my property. I'm doing my best to prune the trees. Moving trees 15 feet apart and cutting them up 6 feet it's going to change the complexion of my property. I did not move here to live in a parking lot. Anyway, that's all I want to say. I just wanted to note that I came here, that I have every intention of becoming in compliance. That I'm hoping that this is not going to snowball into hell with me in terms of fines and fees and other things. And I kind of feel like I'm being picked on a little bit right at the moment. And more than anything, this is the first notice that I've ever had about any of my trees since 1990. So all of a sudden, my land is completely not in compliance. And this is kind of shocking to me.
Okay, so let's, Tony, are you here? Okay, so perhaps, would you mind going out maybe in the hall, Tony, and talking to this gentleman?
I would also like to thank the council for listening to me, and I appreciate you guys, everybody. You've done a great job. I almost didn't rebuild. I've put $500,000 into this town, and I'm paying taxes and insurance, and I want to stay.
We want you to stay.
Thank you.
I raised 2 beautiful children here through Paradise High School. Both between them, they speak 5 languages.
Thank you.
Still trying to speak one.
Are we,
Must have missed something.
Melanie, any more cards?
I have no more cards.
Okay. So on to number 5, public hearings. So consider concurring with the projected CEQA determination. Susan?
Good evening, Council. So this item is back before you again. We last spoke in May about the zoning and livestock amendments. Whoops. Thank you, sir. Oh, because I got to turn it on. Gotcha. Okay. So the conversation started back in March with staff and council, and this was actually following up on a January council-initiated item from Councilmember Bolin here about extending guidelines about broadcast burning as well as grazing. So we had a conversation in March about that. Council gave direction back to staff to go ahead and draft an ordinance that would potentially allow livestock to be placed on vacant property that's zoned agricultural, residential, 3-acre or 5-acre minimum. So that came back to the council in May. You saw a draft ordinance of that and gave council direction to go ahead and start the hearing and formal review and approval process. So the Planning Commission took a look at it at their June meeting and did make a recommendation of approval, though I'm sure you saw it in your staff reports, but they did have some just concerns about the potential for bringing predators into areas that they wouldn't normally be when you have what was normally vacant property filled with livestock without caretakers on site, but ultimately did make the recommendation of approval. And so just as a refresher, the existing ordinance right now does allow the keeping of livestock by right in the AR3 and AR5 if there's a house on site. So what the proposal is to expand that opportunity to allow livestock on those properties zoned AR3 and 5 without a house on there. So keep it vacant, and in exchange, you would then submit for and receive an administrative permit for your livestock. So there could be conditions about keeping those livestock there. And then another part of those amendments was the potential for an ag building to be put on vacant property. Right now, they're not permitted on any residential property, only the true agricultural ones. So this would be an opportunity through a use permit for the vacant properties. And I cannot stress that enough. This doesn't change anything with the zoning, how it sits right now. If there's a house on the property, the livestock are still permitted by right. We are just looking for expanded opportunities to still put livestock on vacant properties. And so some of the additional amendments that we're still looking to do is to relax that definition of private stables so that all livestock could be kept in there and not just horses as is defined today. Also requiring that animal management plan so we can get some detailed information about how those animals will be cared for when the property is just vacant, and those can become a condition of the administrative permit. And then the newest part that you didn't see in May, and this came about from the conversation from the public, right, is if somebody lives in their house on their property and they own the vacant piece next door that's zoned AR3 or 5, to allow them to put the livestock on that property, but consider it a unified development. So it's essentially having the house on site. And therefore, they would not need the administrative permit to be permitted by right. So that was worked into the ordinance since you've seen it last, based on your feedback. So again, just what all this is the administrative permit would only be required if you're putting livestock on vacant property. Primary residence, we would remove the necessity for that to have the livestock on property, but you'd need the administrative permit to do it. Adjoining property, if you live next door, then your vacant AR3 or 5 piece can be considered a unified development. You don't need the administrative permit. Ag buildings, you have the potential to have an ag building on your vacant property through a use permit. Private stables, let those be used for all livestock, not just horses. And then requiring the animal management plan, the adherence of which would become a condition of the administrative permit. And those plans would be looked at animal control before being approved, before the permits were issued. And I'm sure, so in the staff report, it was detailed how we did reach out to animal control, PD. We also have a veterinarian on PASH to be able to review that draft and give feedback to it before you saw it. All right, cost of compliance. So these are the same numbers we talked about in May. If you are putting livestock on vacant property and you don't live next door, you'll need that administrative permit at a minimum. That's $352.14. One-time fee, it runs with that property. If you want to build an ag building instead of doing stables, the $880.34 is the cost of that use permit to go to a public hearing. If you want to use that ag building to put your livestock in, you can cover both of those permits under that use permit. And then, of course, the stables and the ag buildings are still subject to building permits, survey requirements, right? So the cost of those permits are going to vary depending on what the construction type is, depending on the size, but that's an additional cost that gets factored into that. So tonight, the requested action from council is to conduct a public hearing and then introduce town ordinance number 648 that would make those aforementioned changes to Title 17 for the agricultural residential zoning district, the definitions, and then the animal regulations. So if there's any questions from council, I'm happy to answer those before you open the hearing.
Questions from the council?
I have questions, but I want to hear the public
Okay.
first before.
Yes, sir.
So at 7:01, we will open this up to public comment. Any cards on this?
I have one card from John Ramaya.
Surprise, surprise. Does he have chickens on, or does he have something else? Goats, okay.
Sorry for taking so long to get up here. Hope my time didn't start. Anyway, first off, I've been in communications with the town, and they are telling me that this is a ministerial permit. Let's put that in the ordinance. This can be interpreted multiple ways. And let's just take the doubt out of it and say that it's not a discretionary permit. Discretionary permits, especially when much of the town is currently ready to be put under yellow-legged frog habitat, which will change everything. I've got a meeting the end of the week with Fish and Wildlife, both their senior enforcement officer and their biologist and my attorney. Making this discretionary opens up a whole can of worms. Just put it real simple in there that it's a ministerial permit. I got a real education last Friday in meeting with Jim and Tony Lindsay. If it's not in the ordinance, it doesn't apply. That was the exact words that Jim told me. You guys can tell me all four that, or all five, excuse me, that it's ministerial and not discretionary, but I am now told that if it's not in the ordinance, it doesn't apply. Second thing is, you want a grazing plan. Grazing plans change by the month. Depends on how much rain you get, what percentage of foliage you want to take out, the total of the USDA guidelines for grazing plans, if you put all the information combined, is 405 pages. The other thing is, USDA suggests that you use the Resource Conservation District as a template. Well, the town years ago decided that they weren't willing to take part in the Resource Conservation District. I called the Resource Conservation District today, and I was told, real simple, we can't do anything in the town without a separate contract, and we assure that we get paid. It's not an option. I think that was asinine to do that. I don't think one of you might have been here at that time, but it's not right. I would ask that you do something real simple and just put that this is and shall remain a ministerial permit until further action is taken. 5-page question. I think I have 5 minutes, don't I?
3.
I'm sorry, Scott?
You have 3 minutes at the council, you have 5 minutes at the planning commission.
Doesn't the staff report say I'd be given 5 minutes here, like you told me?
No.
You shut me off before.
I've never shut you off.
No.
You may.
Tony and the clerk did.
It always has been 3 minutes, John.
I understand that.
In council.
It was 5 minutes.
John, let me jump in. I do recall our conversation, and Mr. Mayor, I did say because he was cut off at the planning commission where they have 5 minutes, I said, I will make sure he has 5 minutes here instead of 3.
Okay, yeah,
So you-
but
2 more minutes.
there's our communications in the town. It's in the agenda that I would have 5 minutes. You don't think it is?
Keep going.
Okay.
Keep going, John.
We need to treat agricultural land, whether it's 5 acres, 10 acres, 18 acres, or 40 acres, like agricultural land. Somebody puts $20,000 or $30,000 into fencing, and you're going to tell them they can't use it? It's not right. I don't think that anybody at the town has the proper right to, or the proper qualifications to tell you what your animal management plan is. And to make it a condition of the permit, that means they're reviewing it. And if they're reviewing it and it's discretionary, we got a problem. Goodbye.
Yeah, let me address that really quickly. I've had this conversation directly with Mr. Romali, and I will tell you, the definition in chapter 17.04 of the code says, administrative permit means an entitlement authorizing a development project and granted by the planning director or an appointed designee involving very little or no personal subjective judgment or discretion. Typical, it goes on to say, talk about typical uses include federal, state, county, town, and special districts, but, or I'm sorry, I jumped to the next one. The decision-making process involves the use of fixed standards and criteria and a determination as to whether or not the project complies with existing statutes, ordinances, regulations, and policies. This is a ministerial permit type. There is no discretion. The fact that they are asking questions like, what is your management plan? And, you know, what kind of fence are you going to have? And, you know, all of that doesn't mean that they're saying, hey, we're going to review this stuff and we may or may not approve it. What it says is if someone says, what type of fence are you using? None. Well, that's a problem because the fences are required by the code. And so the fact that someone has to outline these things as to what they're doing does not make it discretionary. It does not give staff the ability to look at it and say, well, we don't like this, so we're going to say no. That's not what it does.
Thank you. Any other
Well,
questions?
yeah, close it.
Well, any other cards?
I have no other cards.
So,
You're going to close the meeting.
so 7:08, we'll close the open hearing. Any more discussion?
So,
Council?
if we make this too complicated, I'll vote against it. So we got to make this thing simple. That was getting too complicated, trust me. So, yeah, I brought this a few months ago. If we have a situation where we have an habitual problem with
Yes,
a
sir.
property, do we have remedies for that?
Yes.
Okay, what are those remedies?
We take it to a public hearing for revocation. When you issue an administrative permit, even though it's ministerial, the same as when you issue a use permit, you take it back, you take it to the planning commission. You have a public hearing to revoke it.
So if they constantly, whatever animals they have, goats like he has on his shirt or whatever it is, we can take that back if that habitually they're let loose or the fence doesn't hold them or whatever the situation is.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You know, for the public's information, there's somebody in town that bought some property, doesn't have a house on it, wants to raise goats to do fire programs, came to us and said, hey, you don't allow this. So the staff was directed to work on this problem at this person's request. And at every step of the way, that same individual has stood up here and complained about whatever we've come up with. They wanted this. We created it so they could have their little goat herd. And they keep throwing stuff in the way, objections, making accusations. And I just think the public should know that. I mean, this is what you asked for. We found a way to allow it. That was your initial complaint. You know, it's much like the chicken thing we'll talk about next month, you know, and the rabbit thing. So it's just important that the public know, you know, when you ask us to do things and we direct the staff to go put in the work and research it and find the law and find the way to give you what you want, and then you come back and complain at every step of the way about what we're doing to give you what you want, it's a little bit frustrating from my seat. You've done a great job, Susan, and the entire staff. Thank you.
Any other questions for Susan? Thank you, Susan. We appreciate it. What's
I
the
move
council?
approval.
Second.
Motion by Bolin, seconded by Colleton. Councilmember Bolin?
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Lang?
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson?
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Susan. I appreciate the work you put into that. We're not done. But
Right,
thank you.
because I'm physically still here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Trust me, we're not done.
So, item 6A, consider concurring with town staff recommendation for the town of Paradise to award and execute a professional services agreement with PlaceWorks to prepare the update to the town of Paradise 1994 general plan. Susan?
Thank you, sir. So as mentioned, this is about awarding a contract for the update of the general plan, which would be referred to as the 2045 general plan. So when we put out the RFP in May, after council gave that blessing, the scope of the work was to update 5 of the 7 elements that were in there. We'd already done housing and safety recently. They're good till 2030. And so the scope was the 5 remaining elements, as well as the environmental impact report that always goes along with a comprehensive general plan update. And then also at the end of this, to update the zoning ordinance to now comply with these new policies and anything else that comes out of that general plan. So as mentioned, the request for proposals was pushed out the day after the May council meeting. And then when the submittals came back in, some of the staff that were assigned to that reviewed those between June 30th and July 11th. The following week, because those reviews were done independently, the following week we got together to actually talk about those reviews. And then the week after that, we were able to have the folks who had submitted RFPs come in and do an interview with us. So those proposals, as you see that list there, those were the things that we were checking to make sure that the proposals were complete. The panel that reviewed it consisted of myself, the Recovery and Economic Development Director, the town manager, as well as our retired Community Development Director that was here when the 94 general plan was put together. So I had some great institutional knowledge. Thank you, Al. And then in the RFP, the respondents were given the list of criteria that we would be grading against. You'll see that on the right there, and that's in weighted order. So the ones at the top of the list get the most points down to cost, because general plans are typically not something you're trying to value engineer, right? This is a big document for us. Even though we had multiple firms call and get information about it, we only had 2 submit at the end. That was PlaceWorks and Sargent Town Planning.
Is that normal to only have 2?
When I went back and looked for the housing and safety element, I only had 3.
So that's not unusual?
No.
Okay, thank you.
So just an overview of the results from our review. PlaceWorks had, just shy of a $2 million budget. In the staff report in May, it was estimated that it would likely fall somewhere between $1.5 and $2 million, just based on what the 2 elements previously had cost in their environmental. The project hours that PlaceWorks was looking at for just them alone was 7,136 hours, plus they had 4 sub-consultants. So that's not even calculating their time yet. Estimated completion, and this is all the way through the zoning ordinance updates, would be September of '28. And their overall score, the average for all the reviewers, was 483.25 out of 500. So they were the unanimous top pick. The other firm, also great, lovely people, Sargent Town Planning. So their budget was just shy of 1.9 million. I do want to call attention to the project hours. So they had 10 sub-consultants in addition to themselves. So their project hours plus all their sub-consultants came out to 7,120 hours, which is less than just the hours of the prime for the PlaceWorks proposal. So it's not saying that more hours is better, but I want you to notice that that's the reason for the cost difference, is there's just physically more hours in the PlaceWorks project.
Do we know what the subs hours are?
Yes, it's in their proposals. Well, for Sargent Town Planning, yes. I don't have the numbers for PlaceWorks, just their dollars. Estimated completion, a little bit sooner, February 28th. Again, when you have multiple consultants, it's a little easier to stack deliverables on top of each other, right? But then we as the recipients have to be ready to review and push those out timely. And so their overall score was 450.63 out of 500. Yes, sir. More project hours or more? Yes, Sergeant Town Planning, they were the prime, and then they had 10 consultants that they worked with. Placeworks was the prime, they had 4 consultants that they worked with. So staff's recommendation is to move forward with a contract with Placeworks. Complete proposal, both were, right? More project hours for that dollar amount. They also included 2 additional elements of our choosing above the 5 that were in the scope. We had talked about in the RFP, please bring us some suggestions, maybe for some new elements we haven't had before, like an economic development element or something else, right? These kind of firms, this is what they do, is general plans, right? We do one apparently every 30 some odd years, so they just know, right? So there's 2 additional elements built into that cost as well for us to decide what makes sense for the town. They had experience in Butte County. The other firm didn't. They also had experience working in post-disaster areas on their general plans. The other firm didn't. And then, again, within that budget and within the time frame that we estimated as part of the staff report previously. So financial impact. That budget number would be spread out over 4 fiscal years. There's already $600,000 put aside in this fiscal year's budget out of special funds that are set aside just for this purpose, which should actually be enough to finish all of the tasks that we would be trying to get done before June of next year. In both of the proposals, the consultants suggested that you put aside contingency funds, which you see with the public works jobs. When you start getting into these bigger jobs, there's some things you just can't foresee. So staff would make the recommendation for a 10% contingency to round that up to a not to exceed of $2.2 million. As a reminder, that special fund today has $2.45 million in it, but we don't need to draw it all down today. And it replenishes itself at about $250,000 a year. So we have enough today to pay for this whole project, but we don't have to draw it all down today.
How do we collect those monies?
They are through development permits.
Right.
Because that's what the general plans are about, or development.
Right.
And so the next steps, it would be the council action requested is to concur with staff's recommendation to award the contract to Placeworks, to authorize the town attorney to draft an agreement for professional services between the town and Placeworks. They already received a copy of our general professional services agreement and took no, issues with it as it's written right now. And then also authorize the town manager to sign that award for a not to exceed budget of $2.2 million. And then each fiscal year at budget, you'll see an allocation for that year's scope of work. After the contract is executed, then we would start off with a kickoff meeting and a tour of the town with the consultant as soon as next month. So if there's any questions from council.
Is there any penalties if they don't meet the time frame?
No, I've only done general plan contracts before, right? That's pretty much all that planning works on. So I haven't had that experience yet where we didn't make the timeframes that we needed to make, but there's not a penalty.
And I don't know if that's an issue. In the building world, it's an issue.
Oh, gotcha.
But-
The other 2 ones that we had deadlines, right? And we met those. This one doesn't have a hard state deadline to turn in.
Okay.
My context
Yeah.
for wanting to ask that same question is our current situation with the healthcare needs assessment is that we are 6 months out from their estimated time of having a report back to council. It was in their scope of work that it would be February of 2025, and so we're just
got it
down that road and nothing on the agenda yet. So I that was my question too, is timeliness.
Got it. Understandable.
So there's no penalty for our general plan being completely outdated?
No,
I mean, because we've done these little
There's
updates.
there's only 2 elements in the general plan that have hard renewal timeframes with the state, and that's safety and housing, and we're compliant with those 2.
Yeah, I know that's what, for all
Yes.
the years I've been involved, that's what we were always doing whatever the minimum
Yes.
is to, but
Yes.
as far as just looking at the whole, and especially now, in
No.
light of after the fire.
Yeah.
You know, and the fact that we are a brand-new community with a whole different set of things. It's absolutely amazing to know that we already have the money put aside to fund this. I'm impressed by that. I'm happy for that.
Is there a way to put a date that they need to comply with in the contract, or is it too late for that? I mean, I have the same concern. It's so big, and they're going to do more on top of that. You know, can we, how do
We have not even done the negotiations yet. We need the award tonight, so I would say it's not too late to have those conversations about meeting timeframes.
If you can just talk to them and just see if we can come up with something. I'm
Okay.
not saying, you know,
Okay.
things happen, I know
Not a
there's
deal.
stuff that goes on, but
Mhm.
it's, yeah,
Yes.
anyway.
Yeah, but you guys are estimating that this would be completed by 2028?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's, if you just have that conversation, I'm saying.
Yes,
That
sir.
it's our preference would be that if that's a deadline, if that's the
Okay.
date,
Okay.
deliver them.
Okay.
Any cards?
Any cards on this,
I have
Melanie?
no cards on this item.
I'll move approval.
I'll second that.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Motion
thank
by-
you for your work. Thanks, Al.
Motion by Colleton, seconded by Lasan. Councilmember Bullen.
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Lang.
Aye.
Councilmember Lasan.
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Motion passes.
So item 6B, review critical information relating to the forecasted property acquisition needs associated with planned capital improvement program. Mark?
Good evening, Mayor Crowder and council. So as just mentioned, the item before you tonight is to really provide a broad overview of a variety of projects which we can see in the future coming towards completion and tracking towards construction. And part of that inevitably is going to be the discussion about right-of-way impacts and the coordination about how public projects interact with private property in the event that certain items of work require acquisitions and partnerships with members of the community. So for tonight's presentation, I have a team of consultants available to answer questions, but also really kind of demonstrate the partnership that we are taking to address this issue to get off on the right foot. So I'd like to introduce three individuals representing first Dockin Engineering. And Jamie, I'll turn it over to you. Turn on your camera for a quick moment.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be here tonight. I'm Jamie Formco. I am the right-of-way manager at Dockin Engineering.
Great, thank you. And then we'll go over to Ashley Kellogg with Jacobs.
Hi, good evening. I'm Ashley Kellogg. I'm the project manager at Jacobs Engineering.
Thanks, Ashley. And then last, Lori with Coastland.
Hi, everybody. I'm Laura Lueza from Coastland Civil Engineering, project manager there.
Perfect. All right, thank you, all three of you. So there's more to come from this team, but I really just want to start us off and introduce them as this presentation really is prepared in a way that shows the spirit of partnership on our side to try and really make everything as simple and straightforward and transparent on your side and the members of the community. So with some important background, I'm going to give a brief overview of how we got here. Obviously, in response to the 2018 Camp Fire, there was a significant effort to establish community priorities and scope projects that will help our community become a safer community to live in. From there, we looked at what those projects might look like in a more granular detail as we track towards potential implementation. So what that really looks like for us is transitioning from the long-term recovery plan to the transportation master plan to an action plan using CDBG-DR funds, and I'll break that down a little bit deeper. Here, our long-term recovery plan was really that initial response document that set the North Star and really everything that this organization does. When it comes to making our community safer, there was significant priorities made towards the sewer, evacuation routes, safe streets, long dead-end roads, missing road segments. And so with that effort, we were able to secure a grant through the Economic Development Administration to develop the Transportation Master Plan that says, okay, what are the actual projects that will make a difference in those community priorities that were set forth in the previous long-term recovery plan. This was a robust effort with a lot of public outreach to identify and prioritize projects, which was then submitted for funding application that was only available to a select number of communities impacted by the 2018 wildfires throughout California. Out of $317 million made available, the town was able to secure $199 million, and our council and community started prioritizing this list of projects as early as February of 2022. Since then, we've adopted numerous action plan amendments. This is just a way for us to communicate, and it's available on our website and has been approved at this venue at every step of the way that says, here are the projects, here are the funds that are going to apply to those projects and how they should move forward and what are the status of those projects. And it's been adopted and modified 3 subsequent times, as recently as April of 2025. The goal of this is to make sure we're tracking well on our budgets and ensure that the projects of the community's priorities are being implemented. And then if any adjustments need to be made, for example, several new project awards came through and some were added onto the list. And then obviously we had cost increases where we had to make some really tough decisions earlier this year to take some projects off that list. But throughout all of this, we're really looking at taking a project from concept, think the long-term recovery plan, to construction. And along the way, there's numerous checkpoints that require council action, community input, and that really starts at the scoping of the project, the environmental review phase, obviously the design, and then right-of-way. And right-of-way is really what we're here to talk about on this item tonight. And then obviously construction comes later if it does move forward. There's numerous council checkpoints to advertise, award, and accept work done by a contractor. So with that in mind, from start to finish, there's quite a lot to take under or to undertake. Including surveying all the way through environmental geotech, utility coordination, design, again, right-of-way and final design. I'll just highlight again, we're here to really talk about and identify what the community should expect as we talk about preliminary right-of-way all the way through final right-of-way acquisitions. So what is right-of-way? Right-of-way is the permission, often legally recorded, that allows the town to use a portion of private or public land for community improvements, such as roads, sidewalks, utilities, or evacuation routes. And I'll quickly go over what are the different types of right-of-way. First is a permit to enter. This is a short-term written agreement that allows the town or its contractors to go onto private property for specific work, such as surveys, environmental studies, or early construction activities. This permission is temporary and does not transfer any ongoing rights or ownership. Next would be what's called a temporary construction easement. This is a limited right to use a portion of private property for a set period of time during construction, often equipment access, staging materials, or grading work. Once the project is complete, the town's right to use the space ends and the property is returned to the owner in an agreed upon condition. The next one would be a permanent easement. This is a lasting legal right for the town to use a defined area of private property for a specific public purpose, such as maintaining a road, a utility line, a drainage facility, or evacuation route. The property remains under the town, or under the owner's title, but the town retains the right to access and maintain the easement area indefinitely. The most common application of a permanent easement would be a drainage easement. For example, for the Pence Road project, which is one of our first to reach this stage, is there's a few parcels that have drainage that needs to be diverted over to an adjacent stream. So that's where we would want to partner with adjacent property owners to look at if there's a potential partnership to agree to allow this drainage system to occur across the private property to reach the drainage facility or the drainage water body. So that would require a permanent easement where the town would still later, after the construction is completed, have the ability to maintain that easement if that was put in the agreement. And then last is a permanent acquisition in fee. This is when the purchase of the full ownership rights happens to a portion of the property. In a permanent fee acquisition, the public agency becomes the legal owner of the acquired land, and the previous owner no longer retains any rights to that area. This type of acquisition is used when the public project requires permanent use of the land, such as for a roadway, pathway, or other public facility. So there's a couple of nuances between those two. And so let's go into how right-of-way is actually paid for. So,
Mark, between those two, the last one, you don't, the owner, previous owner has no responsibility of that property anymore, correct?
Correct, yes.
So if there's anything going on with that, that's the town's responsibility?
Yes, that's
Okay.
the biggest difference.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. So, quick question about how the right-of-way is paid for. Within the town's adopted capital improvement program, I mentioned the allocation of $199 million across a diverse set of projects. Well, within the town's overall capital improvement program, which is well over $350 million, mostly funded 100% through grants, $20.5 million is forecasted to be expended under 12 projects over the next 3 years for right-of-way phase work alone. So that encompasses right-of-way engineering, the title reports, appraisals, inspections, all of that work, meetings, negotiations, offers, and all of that time and all the needs and the actual compensation for the right-of-way is through the project, and in most of our cases is 100% reimbursable through the grants and funding for each project. So next question is, for $20.5 million, as far as our budget goes, what is the scale? And it's significant. To be honest, a lot of our work ongoing in future council meetings and looking at items that are going to come before the town council are going to be about property acquisitions relating to a multitude of projects. But just between these kind of 4 pillar projects, the Pence Road project between Pearson and Skyway, where we have planned a bike path and a ped facility similar to what's in front of Paradise Ridge Elementary that can also be used as an evacuation lane. We're planning a center two-way left turn lane. We're planning to rehabilitate Pence Road, just like all of the other public roads in Paradise, and then also a traffic signal at the intersection of Skyway and Pence. So amongst that project, we're actually estimating about 200 different unique parcels being affected by this project that really are going to mostly center on temporary construction easements or minor acquisitions or other permanent acquisitions, but really minor in nature for that type of widening. For Skyway, similarly, we're looking at the bike path and ped facility, the center two-way left turn lane widening, sidewalks and road rehab. That's being undertaken by the Coastland team. Jacobs is working alongside us for the Road Extension project between Edgewood and Clark, looking at a whole new roadway, a Class 1 facility, and the bike ped pathway as well. The Dockin team is also helping us on the Neal Road project, which has the multi-use pathway on the west side of Neal Road between town limits and Skyway. So just amongst these 4 projects, there's going to be a lot of right-of-way needs into the future. And so I really want to try and address what that could look like into the future and our approach moving forward. So one of the first and most obvious questions is the town taking properties? And the answer to that is absolutely not. The town's priority is to work in a partnership with property owners to secure the right-of-way needed for infrastructure improvements in a way that is respectful, transparent, and mutually beneficial. Our approach is centered on voluntary acquisitions to the maximum extent practicable, ensuring that property owners are fully informed and receive fair market compensation determined by an independent professional appraisal process. Certainly being involved in undergrounding and watching a lot of the community being undergrounded, we know there's a lot of activity relating to easements, and quite frankly, I've even received calls, is this legitimate, or is this some other person or some other firm trying to get me to sign something? And my point in bringing that up is we know the community is really exhausted when it comes to construction in general, but then also these types of processes that can be very difficult to navigate if you're not used to it. So what I really do want to focus here is that our goal is to make sure we're treating our community in the proper vision and spirit of this council, of this community that they want to be treated, and that's really important to us. As I mentioned before, the majority of the right-of-way needs are forecasted to be minor property frontages to accommodate minimal roadway infrastructure widening. So picture the pathway, or if it's just putting in the center turn lane, it's really going to be on some streets. For example, Skyway between Billy and Wagstaff. If you've driven that corridor, you can see exactly the issue where you have some areas that are widened out and the roadway's wider and the sidewalk's pretty far set back. And then on the east side, I guess that's the east at this point, you can see there's really minimal improvements. And so we'll look at the overall corridor and say how many of these properties have already dedicated right-of-way to the 80-foot limits of what's identified in our general plan. And for those that haven't, we'll start that engagement to try and reach an agreement for that owner to be compensated for that easement acquisition. So that's just kind of a visual to understand the overall scope. And by no means is anyone, homes, parcels entirely, no one's being displaced by these efforts. But with that in mind, I really do think it's important to understand what is eminent domain. Eminent domain is a legal process that allows a public agency to acquire a portion of private property for public use when an arrangement with the owner cannot be reached. It is not the town's first or preferred approach and would only be considered with the town council approval after all voluntary options have been fully explored and in compliance with all legal and funding requirements. Even in some rare cases, eminent domain is the only alternative for a legal acquisition, even with a willing partner. There can be complications with title and transfers and trusts. And so someone might just be exhausted and tired and they said, just use that process and get this done. Certainly that's rare. But ultimately the community will need to understand that the goal is partnership first, partnership all the way through until the very end. And then ultimately the council, if they're unwilling property owners that do not want to see these types of public improvements made, that's when it will go back to the council and the community to decide how to move forward. But over all that, our goal is simple, is to deliver resilient infrastructure our community needs while preserving the trust, respect, and sensitivity of our recovery from the 2018 Camp Fire. So who administers right-of-way activities for the town? Implementing right-of-way activities requires many services which cannot be performed by town staff and also requires independent appraisers and so on. So we've already awarded contracts for these projects that build in right-of-way support. I've already introduced you to our Dockin, Jacobs, and Coastland teams. They either have staff on their team in their firm that can do this work, or they have sub-consultants that we've already approved and hired to help support us. As I mentioned, there's also for them another layer potentially to have independent appraisers, title companies that will be involved, and other services as needed. And so when it gets to kind of the purpose of this presentation is to paint a broader picture of our vision for right-of-way and the partnership with the public. We're really trying to learn from the lessons that we've seen other efforts go through and leverage that to something that can work. And so rather than trying to work on what letterhead, whose logos, and contact information and consultant numbers and trying to get a hold of the right person, we're trying to streamline that to one vision, to just Paradise Works. Regardless of the project and regardless of the consultant working on this effort, we plan to brand all of our communications with this logo, has the town seal embedded, and it says what it is. It's our land coordination team. So right-of-way can be very confusing, but land coordination is really at the core value of what this team can do to help. And with that, we've established a brief vision kind of statement here, but the Paradise Works land coordination team is committed to building trust in a respectful and voluntary partnership with property owners whose land may be needed to support the town's capital improvement projects. We believe that resilient infrastructure is best achieved when it is planned and built with the community, not just for it. Our approach centers on open communication, clear information, and good faith collaboration. Every interaction will be grounded in transparency, fairness, and a sincere respect for private property rights. We will work side by side with residents to identify mutually beneficial solutions, ensure full understanding of the process, and honor the principle that all acquisitions on this program are aimed to be voluntary. Through these partnerships, we aim to deliver the infrastructure Paradise needs while preserving the trust, dignity, and shared vision of the community we serve. And again, I'll mention too, this isn't just a remote desktop team that's going to try and send you information and mail and then call you or email you. Is that if it was even said today, if you want to meet in LA, that we can do that. If you want to meet in Paradise, we can do that. And so field meetings are our best friend, but we'll meet you wherever you are and really work with you on a one-on-one basis for as long as it takes. So with that, it's my pleasure to reintroduce Jamie Formico. Jamie, I'll advance the slides for you, but right now we're just looking at the presentation and I'll guide those forward and then we'll toss it back to me and then conclude the presentation. So Jamie.
Okay,
Great, thank you. So yeah, I'm gonna go over the right-of-way process today. The first order of business we'll do is project flyers. That's our first step. Our right-of-way team distributes project flyers to all affected property owners on common projects. So each flyer will include a brief overview of the project and its location, information on the anticipated timeline for each project phase, contact details so owners can reach out with any questions they might have about the project.
Great.
And then the second phase that will be contacting the owners is for when we're doing the appraisals and evaluations. So an appraisal or evaluation is conducted for properties potentially affected by any project. Licensed professionals will assess the market value of the property through these reports. Owners will be notified in advance, so we'll definitely notify them of when we're going to be out there to inspect the property. We invite them to attend, we actually encourage it, we like to have them out there, so get some feedback about the property, and anything they can give us that can help us in the evaluation process. So during these inspections, both the appraiser and the right-of-way agent will be present. The right-of-way agent will explain the appraisal process, discuss how the project may impact their property, and document any relevant information shared by the property at these meetings. For step 3, once the evaluations are complete, the right-of-way agent will arrange an in-person meeting to present the offer package. Each package will clearly detail the right-of-way that's being required, the basis for the offer, and include all supporting documentation in compliance with federal and state regulations for each project. This offer package forms the basis for a transparent and fair negotiation process. And negotiations provides an opportunity for the owner and the right-of-way agent to address any additional concerns or questions regarding the project and the offer being presented. The primary goal in negotiations for us is to ensure that the owners are well-informed and valued through the right-of-way process. We will get title reports for all affected properties. The right-of-way agent will review all items listed on the owner's title with the owner. If any items need to be removed, the right-of-way agent will assist the owner in completing the necessary steps to clear these items from title, so we can ensure that they can expedite and to go through all of the process and sign the documents. Once the owner has completed the right-of-way documents and fully executed documents have been signed by the town, we will deliver them to escrow ourselves. The escrow process will be initiated at that time. Additional escrow documents are typically always required for most transactions, and the right-of-way agent will work closely with the owner if he needs to meet with them, notarize documents, whatever they need. We'll work with them to get those completed and get those back in escrow so we can close in a timely manner. And finally, I think a lot of times people think right-of-way ends and right-of-way, but for us, it does not. The responsibility of the right-of-way agent continues beyond the close of escrow. So all the negotiated items and all the items that are part of the original offer are going to be thoroughly documented and shared with the design team, because we want to ensure that all of those items we've talked about and negotiated are put into the plans and incorporated into the construction of the project. If the owner wishes to confirm any information related to the property during construction, we are there, so they can give us a call, we can assist them, we can go over anything we've talked about, anything we've discussed, and go over any concerns that they may have while the project is in construction.
Thanks, Jamie. And then I'll just point out on the picture on the right here on the slide is from our Pence Road Phase 1 project that was completed, gosh, feels like yesterday, but it might have been 3 or 4 years ago at this point. So this is similar to the vision for the corridor, although this project, because it was a pre-fire grant, did not include the center two-way left turn lane. So from a vision perspective, picture Pence Road from Pearson Road to Skyway with a center two-way left turn lane and comparable facilities here. And so as you can imagine, the right-of-way along Pence goes in and out all over, almost parcel to parcel, just like a lot of things in Paradise. There's very little consistency on the way property lines were drawn and dedicated. So with that, again, tonight, there's no action necessary as far as our next steps, and we'd love to and welcome any public feedback on this topic. But our projects will continue to advance through each phase. Not all of them are at the right-of-way phase. For example, Skyway widening between Billy and Wagstaff is, definitely behind this work here on Pence Road. But they're each going to navigate their paths forward and come back to this council and community for action and a determination on how to proceed. We'll be providing in our correspondence, similar, you saw a couple of graphics there on the right of that presentation, or a couple of slides, FAQs, project pamphlets, project flyers, project letters that show you kind of the roadmap to completion and where you are here at this stage. And so all of those contacts are going to go out as these individual projects progress, but all of those will reach through the council through closed session when any of those contacts are being planned to be made. And then that formal process really begins, and future further council considerations will be made on a project by project and parcel by parcel basis. So with that, I'd be glad to open up any questions. As I mentioned, there's a team of folks that know a lot more about right-of-way than I do that are here to support us and make sure that, again, your vision is carried out all the way through to every Paradise resident impacted by these projects. Thank you.
Any questions for Mark?
I think you guys did a great job at laying that out and presenting it, and I commend you for the work you've done. This is very clear and very good.
Thank you.
Any cards, Melanie?
I have no cards on this item.
Okay.
Well, I got a question. Are there any projects on, that are listed in this thing, like, because we're going to go out, we're going to assess properties, and are any of these, is there any design elements that may change? And what I'm thinking of specifically is when I think of all of the trailers and garbage trucks that go to the dump on Neal Road, putting a bike lane on Neal Road just seems kind of crazy to me. But is any of that, the possibility of any of that changing from what is, you know, I know in the past we said, oh yeah, great, you got this money and we were going to put a bike lane down there and a turn lane. But is there any possibility of that changing? Because that would change some of the outreach to some of those properties, wouldn't it?
Yes. So I'll answer your first question, which is specifically about Neal Road. And so I want to be clear, for that project between town limits and Skyway, a Class 1 separated bike path off the roadway. So picture west of the existing edge of the roadway, if you're heading down towards the landfill, on your right-hand side, would be a grade 1 separated bike path, and for pedestrians to walk, you know, come up to the Adventist Rural Health Clinic, catch a bus, you know, ride down to Theater on the Ridge. So there's lots of options for that bike path to serve residents along that area off the roadway where we're not having dump trucks, you know, on, you know, same grade as a bike lane.
Yeah.
So beyond that, your question about can these projects change in scope of design, that's certainly direction we can take from the council at any point. But funding commitments and commitments to the community for what these projects, you know, were formed through public outreach, through grant applications and commitments to funding agencies. Some of them are less flexible than others. But in the lens of right-of-way acquisition, say there's a parcel that does not want to dedicate right-of-way for the compensation the town's able to offer, because that's also limited. Design exceptions can be considered to change that design to reduce the need of right-of-way to where the project can be built successfully without that right-of-way being needed. So those are the realm of possibility, but of course, every project that this community takes on is a community project, and so direction can always be given from the council to change, you know, whether or not something has a bike path. And so whether or not that means you can build the project at all, if that change is made, is a different story.
Because, and I wanted to ask you, because like on Neal Road, on the east side of Neal Road, is that the side towards Skyway?
Well, the east side of the road is if you're heading down the hill on the left.
On the left, okay.
Yep, and there's a major gas transmission line.
Yeah, and there's just part of this whole acquisition process. Let's say I have landscaping, let's say Theater on the Ridge, a good example, although it's on the other side of the road.
No, Theater on the Ridge is on the
other side of the road, I know, but like in a situation like that, I have a parking lot, I have landscaping, I have a fence. Part of that acquisition and that offer for that acquisition is going to mean I'm going to put the landscaping back, I'm going to put the fence back, I'm going to, whatever I took, I'm going to replace, or, you know. And so in our funding ask, so all of, I mean, we don't even know what those are yet, but we have the money for that?
Yes, so,
Okay.
yeah, when we estimate a project, we include a budget for right-of-way for those types of things. And so I think you bring up a great question. So if there's a fence, a
Yeah.
decorative fence or parking area, so if there's cuts into private property to build the path, there's going to be conforms needed and landscaping replaced and fencing moved. All of those things are eligible expenses under this program that we
Alright.
have budgeted for.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Mark?
This is more of a real estate question. I'm just curious whether putting a bike path on the property, does that increase the property value of those folks that have access now to that bike path and
Well,
goes around it? Or
yeah.
how's that impact?
Yeah, I'm not an appraiser or property value expert, but I know infrastructure supports housing, supports our community, and increases property values in general terms. But from a individual property owner respect, there's probably differences of opinion. But certainly in the world that we work in infrastructure, the goal is to improve property values, to improve the community we live in, rising tide lifting all boats, right? So that's overall goal to implement these projects, and we just want to make sure that if you're being contacted by the town when it comes to right-of-way acquisitions, you don't have to worry if you see that logo, that you know that this is a legitimate team that we're working with that are experts and they have the right vision and working in Paradise, which is different than any other community these folks have worked with in the past.
Okay, so when the team has to go to LA or Idaho,
Well, let me clarify that. I was being very,
does
a
that
big
include the
example on
council?
the
Do we
two.
get to go too?
No,
Oh.
and so what I meant is some of these teams have offices with experts down in LA. Nobody's, getting on a flight for this meeting, but the point being is that we are prepared to meet you where you are. We have a lot of landowners in Paradise, and that if they live somewhere else, let's talk about that and find the best way to work together.
Any other questions for Mark?
Oh, very good.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
All right, thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, 6E, hear a presentation and report of the townwide user fee update and provide direction to staff. Amy.
Good evening, Council. So a few months ago, we entered into a contract with Matrix Consulting Group to review our user fee that we have for different departments. And so that's what we're going to talk about today. We have Courtney with Matrix Consulting Group who will be assisting in some of the questions that I'm sure you'll have that are more detailed. Next slide, please.
Amy, do you just want to take it? Sure. Yeah, sorry, if there's a bunch. Although it should work before you take it. Never mind, I'll do it for you. Oh, wait. Oh, I got it now. Just
Okay, so
kidding.
this is a report of cost of services user fee study. So we're going to look at background, the methodology for creating the data, the department overview, summary, and then the considerations. So I want to reiterate tonight that no action is required. We're just looking at the first view of this report because it's a lot to take in. Next month, we'll bring it back for approval, and then we'll look at the actions later to adjust fees, should we choose to do so. So background, user fees are adopted by local governments to offset the cost of providing services or programs for individuals and or companies. So this isn't an everyday that's blanket, goes across everybody. This is individual things that are going to improve, say, their land, or they're looking for a business license. These are individual items. The principle behind user fees is that the cost of services are benefiting the individuals or companies, and so it should be borne to those people who are receiving the service and not the entire company. And the user fee is not meant to make a profit, so as of private companies, they can make a profit, but we're government, so we can't exceed the actual cost of what it is for the town to provide. Next slide, please. So unlike private sector, like I said before, we can't set it above the 100% of what it actually costs. The exceptions to that price would be state or outside agencies that actually put a cap or regulation, such as copying or transportation permits. So So various impound fees, which are penalties, don't fall under this regulation. So penalties, we can address what the cost is, but a penalty is not the same as a user fee. And the other thing that we need to look at is that the rates were last adjusted in 2017. If you look at the comparison of the other agencies, they were all updated in 2024, with one of them in 23. So we've gone 8 years without updating our fees, and I think that was, to progress the regrowth, and so it's time to really look at the fees and see what it costs the town to actually provide the services. So, sorry, can you go back? So what we are actually looking at is to capture new services, so the town is different than what it looked like 8 years ago. We're looking at process improvements and to update or remove outdated services. So the methodology that came into play was time assumptions by the position, and then the burdened rate, the fully burdened rate, so the overhead, the different areas for the town to produce, and then that gives us our total cost. So they came up with a bottom-up approach, which is the time spent per unit and the full cost. Also, they looked at the data collection, which consisted of department and division staff interviews, data collection, cost analysis, and the review and approval from all these different departments. So they actually met with the staff from every department, and they said, does this look right? How much time do you think it takes to provide this service? What do you think about this cost? So it wasn't just Matrix going in and saying, this is the cost. There was a lot of review back and forth, making sure that we really believed in the numbers that they provided. Next slide, please. So major permit categories are modifications, which discussions regarding any proposed revisions to the current fees. We have per unit results, which is a comparison of the full cost of providing each unit. We have the annualized results, which is utilizing volume of activities, estimates annual subsidies, and revenue impacts. These were all projected. Next slide, please. So the first department that we're looking at is animal control. So these were revenues from 24, and they're based off budget from 25. Revenue at that time was almost 16,000, but their actual cost was closer to 36,000, which was a deficit of 19,000. So we only recovered 45% of what it cost to provide these services. Next slide, please. So the next area was building. In that time frame, our revenues were $2 million. Our cost was almost $2.4 million. So we were deficit by $387,000 approximately, which is about only a recovery rate of 84%. And when we look at this is one of the highest generating revenues in order to provide one of our most impactful services. Next slide, please. So we have administrative services. Again, revenue was just over 16,000, but cost was 32,000. So that's a recovery rate of 52,000. Next one, please. Fire prevention. So that one was short 147,000, which is a recovery rate of 43%. Next one, please. So our on-site sanitation, you'll see there revenues was 561,000, and our annual cost is 783,000. So we're short on that. Well, recovery rate is 72%. Next one, please. Planning, we under recovered by approximately 86,000, which a recovery rate of 33%. Police, you'll see the recovery rate was under by 12,000, so that's 50% recovery rate. Public Works, the recovery rate on that one is 60%, so 33,000 under. And developing services surcharge, so that goes to the general plan like we were discussing earlier. Current fee is 12%, but it really should be close for full cost of 14%, so that's 2% under. So in summary, your animal control, building, police are within the typical cost recovery ranges. So for a town or agency, you don't necessarily have to bill it at 100%. You have the option to reduce it if you are trying to spur growth or different areas like that. It's at the will of the council to review these and adopt them. So that's why you'll see that in some of these areas, it's not fully recovered and it's in the line of what percentage you would actually recoup. But then when we look at administrative services, fire prevention, on-site sanitation, planning and public works, they're all below the typical cost recovery from other agencies. So these are the primary revenue generators for the town, indicating that it's more critical for the town to focus on reviewing the full costs associated with those areas. And when I say primary revenue, I'm not talking about property taxes or the area that is there to compensate for the whole town. We're talking about these individual services that are for individuals. Next slide, please. So in summary, we're only recouping 76% of our actual costs when we're providing these services. Some of these areas are more impactful. Some of these areas have a higher recovery cost, but they have a bigger impact when you look at the overall budget and services that we're providing. Next slide, please. So, like I said earlier, I almost said this morning, but it's not that time. There's no action required tonight. Right, we're getting there. There's no action required tonight. This is your first look, your first glance on trying to understand this report. We'll bring it back next month so you don't feel rushed in reviewing it. Should there be questions or concerns that you would like to review, we can do this. It's 80 pages and it's very impactful and it's very important for our town and to provide quality services for rebuilding and police and fire and all these areas. So we're not rushing this. We want you to be able to digest it. So in addition, Matrix Group also recommends that we review the policies so that we can actually implement and make updates to our report so that it's not 8 years out. We can actually possibly do a CIP or a COLA to adjust rates as it goes through. But the most important thing is that it's not supposed to exceed 100% of the cost. We're not looking to make a profit, but we are making sure that we can provide services in the future. Next slide. Or I think that's the last slide. So we have Courtney on the line. She was instrumental in putting together this report, so there's questions that I might be able to answer, but if you want more detailed questions, she'll be able to provide the answers.
Well, I think you kind of answered it. So this, I mean, I know we're not taking any action tonight. What's proposed here would just bring us up to speed right now.
Correct.
We were looking at last year, is that right? Last year?
Mm-hmm. So we looked at revenues from 24,
Okay.
and so against budget 25.
So that brings us up to date now, and without an escalator or something,
Correct. So the
we're going to be going right back into that
right,
hole.
COLA, CIP, and if you look at the comparisons, like I said, those are from 2024. And if you look at the back, that really shows where we compare to other agencies. And there's a graph that shows our little X in the lines. Excuse me?
I have a hard time when I'm told when we compare ourselves to other agencies. They didn't burn down.
Correct.
You know, we don't have 26,000 people here. We have a lot of empty lots that our tax base, property taxes have gone down. I understand that comparison, but it doesn't make, you know, it kind of, it bothers me.
So this is strictly information for you to make quality decisions later. This is not something that we have to adopt at 100%. This is just the report that says, this is where we are, this is what we're doing, and then we can make decisions later on the fees. But it's just a guideline, and without this, it's hard to say that is overreaching or this is under reaching.
I appreciate this. It's eye-opening to see, you know, because we take for granted. You know, you call animal control to come and get a runaway dog in your neighborhood or a dead deer in the road, and there's a cost associated with all that stuff, you know.
Right.
And so this is really good. My actual question is, the recommendation is to implement a formal cost recovery policy you'll bring something like that, some recommendations of what that would look like back? That's like you guys are talking about a COLA or an escalator or something?
Yes, that would be something that we could review in the future and decide how do we want to approach this moving forward so that we're not 8 years out.
Yeah. No, that makes
you know,
sense.
for example, think about how much solar has changed in 8 years. You know, the permitting or the services that we're providing to do that have changed drastically. And so we need to make sure that we're in line with what it truly costs to provide it, or it's not even needed anymore. Those are some of the things that are in here that it says, we don't need this, we need to eliminate it. We have a different kind or a new permit or a modified because say it was square footage and it should just be a one-time rate or, you know, a general rate or vice versa. So all of these things are looked at when we're doing this report.
When we don't recover almost $890 million a year, where does that money come from? Obviously, we've got to pay. Does that come from the general fund, or in this case, since we're deficit spending, does that come from the pro fund?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we're burning down almost just a little under $1 million a year that we're not recovering, and we're pulling it out of our pro fund.
Yes, has to come from somewhere.
Right.
And so, you know, we need to be able, like you said, well, we're rebuilding. What does that look like? Well, if we're not recouping, it has to come from somewhere. There's only there's two things in life that are for sure, and that's death and taxes. Other than that, you got to pay for it somewhere.
Amy, I appreciate the information, and it is nice to see that broken down by department. But I think the fact that a lot of, specifically the building, that is one of the most out of compliance or out of balance, is most representative of our unique situation right now. We have this volume for a reason, and it's not going to sustain. So reassessing our fees to balance the cost of operating that department right now, when that is inevitably going to taper, I don't know that makes sense. I would like to see, at the very least, a balance of cost control measures and, you know, addressing it from the cost angle rather than the reimbursement too. Because at some point, we're going to start to need to bring into line our costs with our revenue, our expenditures.
Sure.
Yeah, I would not want to impact the building. I mean, that's what we are depending on is rooftops, and in order to get businesses, we have to have more rooftops. In order to get more rooftops, we have to have more business. It's a synergism there, and I would not want us to overburden the rooftops with additional fees when they're the best recovery. I know it's the largest amount, but they're bringing back 84%. The others are a little under. I would then challenge them to see what they can do, get close to that, and get the recovery there. At least at this stage in our recovery after our major disaster, we've got to get more houses back here on the ridge in order for us to get out of deficit spending that we're doing every year.
Well, that's something that we can bring back. You can discuss how you want to proceed. This is just information only to make better choices moving forward.
It's good information.
It's great information. Thank you.
It's really good.
Any other questions for Amy?
No, we'll talk about this next month, because I don't agree with some things that were said, but that's right. We'll talk next month.
So, any cards?
I have no cards on this item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. (6D) Provide staff with verbal concurrence and/or direction on the effective process implemented on July 28th. Tony?
Here come the speakers.
Perfect. Well, good evening. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Town Council. Tonight, staff is requesting that Council approve and adopt a resolution which formalizes a policy requiring subcontractor verification throughout the construction and inspection process, and concurrence with the contractor accountability procedures implemented on July 8th of this year. So this initiative stems from Council's direction at the July meeting to enhance consumer protections and improve our construction inspection processes. The goal to ensure safe, code-compliant construction that protects public health, safety, property, while increasing transparency and enforcing state laws, and supports effective coordination between the police department, contractor state licensing board, the district attorney's office, As you are all aware, the town continues to experience a high volume of construction activity as part of our long-term recovery. With that comes the responsibility to ensure that all work being done in our community is lawfully permitted and additionally performed by appropriately licensed professionals. The staff report before you accomplishes two primary goals. First, it establishes a policy of subcontractor verification at all stages of construction. At each inspection, whether it's foundation, framing, electrical, or final, the permit holder is now required to provide a list of subcontractors who worked on that scope under review. At final inspection, a complete and verified list of subcontractors must be submitted before a certificate of occupancy can be issued. This applies to all projects, whether performed by licensed contractor or under an owner-builder permit. The purpose is to maintain a clear and accurate record of who has worked on each home and aid in code enforcement, consumer protection, and post-construction questions or concerns. The verification policy is consistent with state enforcement standards, reinforces transparency and accountability, promotes consumer protection and construction quality, and serves as a deterrent to unlicensed contracting practices. The policy is grounded in the authority provided by the Business Profession Codes, which requires that subcontractors performing licensable work be appropriately licensed and transparent about their status. These requirements also help us collaborate effectively, again, with the Contractor State Licensing Board and district attorneys when addressing complaints or violations. Second, in addition to the resolution, council concurrence affirms the broader contractor accountability processes that went into effect on July 8th, including eliminating the use of authorized agents for owner-builder permits. Permits now must be signed directly by the property owner or licensed contractor acting in their legal scope of work. This change is intended to prevent abuse of owner-builder exemptions and protect future homeowners from substandard work. Suspending all existing permits that were issued through authorized agents and requiring those permits to be updated with correct signatures. That action is already in effect. And third, coordinated job site visits between code enforcement and Paradise Police Department to identify unlicensed contracting activity. Contractors and their crews are expected to always have proof of licensure insurance on site. If they do not, staff is authorized to issue stop work orders, revoke permits, or refer cases to felony prosecution under the applicable law. Since the beginning of our coordinated job site visits, the team has visited 77 construction sites. You'll see that number has increased since my code enforcement update because we now have another week and a half under our belts. And has only issued 2 stop work orders. In both instances, the issues were resolved the following day, providing the proper licensure information and insurance. These initial stats indicate that most of the construction sites are lawfully conducting work out there. These steps support the town's long-term recovery plans, specifically under Tier 2 contractor accountability, and represent a coordinated effort between planning, building, fire prevention, code enforcement, the police department, and legal counsel to safeguard our residents. I want to acknowledge that the implementation has generated both positive and critical feedback from our construction community. And that's to be expected when we're kind of raising that bar, right? However, we've worked diligently to apply these changes fairly and communicate clearly and respond promptly to any concerns. When opportunities to improve our operations are identified, I act refining procedures, providing targeted staff training to address them directly. We are in a meeting that Councilwoman Lang spearheaded between the town, the police department, Contractor State Licensing Board, the DA's office. And during that meeting, in which several actionable items came out of that meeting, we identified, there was a presentation that identified some opportunities in training of staff. I've taken direction and made those targeted trainings, hoping not to repeat any of the errors that, were identified. Also take a moment and say that I also act on the citizens, and we had a woman earlier talk about her deficiencies in her manufactured home and her manufactured home park. Well, the town doesn't have jurisdiction in HCD parks, so I reached out directly to HCD, and they got in contact with her to listen to her concerns. This commitment of continued improvement ensures we uphold the same high standards we require of contractors and property owners. Our work is rooted in transparency and accountability, and I stand firmly behind the integrity of my team. So ongoing initiatives, we're continuing our public outreach and engaging directly with realtor groups and housing stakeholders, ensuring they understand our processes and requirements. We've also expanded our inspection documentation by incorporating more photographic documentation of our inspections. And we're working with a town attorney to, develop additional preventative measures that will help stay ahead of potential issues before they arise. Most recently, town attorney helped define for sale. So Business Refreshing Code 7044 allows for an owner-builder using all licensed contractors to build 4 homes a year for sale. I was challenged on that definition to rentals because someone said, well, I'm rentals, I'm building rentals. And so Scott helped me define for sale that equals rentals because he came up with that definition. So we appreciate that. Just trying to close, I'm not going to say a loophole, but certainly we're trying to tighten up our processes. So in closing, the process is implemented on July 28th, and the subcontractor verification resolution before you today are part of a broader commitment to consumer protections in the Paradise's rebuilding efforts. With that, staff respectfully recommends that council provide verbal concurrence, adopt the resolution, or you may provide alternate direction to town staff, and I'm available for any questions.
Tony, I wanted to clarify in the additional measures that are being implemented as of the 28th that ensuring of duly licensed subcontractors does not just mean acquiring a list, that you are verifying their current licensing by either requesting a copy of that be provided or...
Sure. So how we're doing, we're grabbing their contractor's license number and then, going to the contractor state licensing board to making sure that it's still active. They have employees on site, that they have active workman's comp. And, at the end, since we're tracking that during our inspection processes, at the end, we'll verify that against the inspections that were performed.
So that's being done along the way?
Correct.
Not at the end.
At every stage of anytime we go up and do an inspection, for instance, we do a sheetrock inspection for drywall, we want to know who installed the drywall.
And so we are the ones doing the additional work. It was, if I'm not mistaken, it was in our discussion that we were going to ask the subcontractors to provide that upon inspection, so like a copy of their current license.
Correct. Yeah, the current license number, the insurance obligations that they have. A lot of times they just have either our construction community is providing like business cards for all their staff, so they realize who they work for. Because sometimes, under building inspectors, you're not really going to, it's a little more casual, but when you get code enforcement and police officers asking you the same questions, people can get a little nervous. And so by having that information for them and on the license number, they can, our code enforcement staff look up and make sure that it's still active.
So they're not required to actually carry a current license. They can just have a business card with a contractor's license number printed on it?
Correct. So they have that. That's their business identifier, right?
Okay. They're not required to carry a contractor's state license?
Some employees may not have that information of the contractor, right?
They carry a copy of it if
Okay.
they want to.
Yeah.
I just thought that in our discussion in that meeting that you had established that they would be present and that they would have that proof at inspection.
Well, the proof of being licensed, right? Actually, I don't know, I don't know how the contractors work. I know the generals or Bs, the bosses, they have the actual identification card, and they can provide that as well. But we want to know where it's, you know, that they're appropriately licensed.
Right.
So, Tony, I got a question. So, okay, I'm building a house, owner builder. I'm hiring Joe Blow from Town B to come in and hang my drywall. When I call for my drywall inspection, the guy hanging the drywall, nailing it off, isn't there generally, right? The drywall's hung. You just come in and inspect whether or not. So this new system, I just got to tell you, oh, it's Joe Blow from Town B, and here's his license number, and you can look it up, verify all that. And if you find out that he doesn't have a valid license, now what happens?
Well, if there's not a valid license and we're provided, we can issue a stop work project, right, on the property, right? So they'll either have to find a licensed contractor to take over that job and provide, you know, evidence of that installation, or, you know, stop work. They have to find somebody accountable who's going to take the necessary, you know, responsibility for the project.
So-
But it's already been hung, so what's he gonna do? Just give you a card? You came out to do the inspection.
Correct.
The drywall's already hung.
Correct.
They didn't give you a valid one. You put a stop work. They went out and got a drywall guy that has a license. He comes out. What is he supposed to do other than say, yep, there's drywall, and sign it off, and here's my license number?
No, well, that's true, but he's going to take responsibility for any kind of defect that comes about
Okay,
from that.
so if
right?
they did a bad job, he's gonna have to repair it for the homeowner 6 months down the road, or whatever the time.
He's assuming the responsibility
Okay,
for that.
okay, that helps me, thank you.
project.
Because the bottom line is, if you come out, the problem we're having with some of these folks that are skating the owner-builder loopholes. So if I haven't used a licensed subcontractor to do whatever work it is, you're coming to inspect the work after the work has been completed.
Well,
So that the
correct,
project
that's
can move
what
on to
we
the
do.
next phase. So if you come and I give you a name and a number, and so you log in and find out, well, that's not valid, you know, then a stop work order goes in place.
Correct.
And the job will not progress, no more inspections will be done. There won't be a C of O issued until a licensed person takes responsibility of that work.
Correct.
And moves forward. Okay. I just wanted everybody to understand that these are some of the steps we're taking to try to get these people that are doing shoddy work to go somewhere else.
So,
I'm not supposed to say that out loud, but I did.
so by being accountable, you mean somebody has a business card with their license number on it? You never make contact with that subcontractor directly, just somebody produces a card?
No, and we will verify who it is, right?
But no, verify that it's valid.
Verify
Not
that it's
verify
valid.
that that card was the body that put that sheetrock up.
No, and that's curious, because I don't want somebody pulling off a card at Cozy saying, oh, this is my contractor. So we're gonna verify who actually, that contractor is actually performing the work, and we can do
And-
that through phone.
Can?
Yeah.
Or will?
Oh, we will verify it, you know, if they don't have, you know, at any time it looks a little hinky, we're certainly gonna, you know.
Or say they're all from out of the area and all connected, and they just have somebody that's willing to put their name on it? And gives
Well,
you that card?
That's.
This
so-
is a little more sophisticated than
Sure.
what we would like to think people operate on as far
Right.
as morals and ethics. So it's necessary
So
to think like that.
We will verify, you know, that contractor is actually doing the work of that job, so.
And how
somebody
is
can-
that going to happen?
Well, we're gonna call the number on the phone, we're gonna make sure that license matches that information that's on the CSLB website.
That does not verify
And
that
then
they
we're
did
gonna
that
make-
work.
No, well, you're right. So, you know, there's ways around it. I'm sure there's many loopholes that we.
These guys are there to inspect the product when it's done. Now, if you're asking
Business and
If you're
Professions
asking
Code
to move to the point that they're
7044.
now investigating
No, they are
and
to
walking in when they're
ensure,
doing the sheetrock, and to make sure that that's the same person at that point in time, now you're just doubling the amount of work they're
no,
gonna be doing out
they
there.
are to ensure that the owner-builder projects are using duly licensed subcontractors within the scope of their
And that's what I was
licensing.
just saying, but you're saying it's not good enough.
Verifying by calling to say it's active and you have a business card in front of you is not verifying that a duly licensed subcontractor performed that work.
So what do you
Wait a
want?
minute, we are checking, making sure that, one,
That license is
that
good.
permit is active.
Yeah.
Yes,
And that information is valid on the card 'cause, against the
Yes.
contractor, what's listed on the contractor state licensing board, right? We'll make that phone call to that contractor to verify that they actually have they're actually working on that site, right?
we just know that there are people who are saying that they're doing compaction tests, saying that they're doing things already, and that hasn't been mitigated.
Compaction test is an engineering test.
we're saying-
That's given to you from an engineer.
That's
So
an
that's
en-
that's not even a valid point. So if you're saying a
If they're
contractor's
willing to
license
provide a
is, that is
certificate
provided
and
is
don't
not-
do the work, that is exactly what I'm representing. People that are willing to put their name on it because they are,
Well, then their liability's on it. If you're saying a compaction test is done, you got a guy
that
that's.
is one example.
Okay, that's what you brought
But
up.
any subcontractors that are willing to put their name on it, who have no connection to the area, likely have no connection to that project because there's other unlicensed people doing it, they're just willing to put their name on it because they're related.
I don't know what you're even asking for. Look. You got an applause, that's great. You got an applause, but
Okay, let me ask, ma'am, you can have your 3 minutes to speak if you want to pull a card, but we're trying to have a conversation. I can't have shouting amongst a bunch of people in the audience. So, Tony, go ahead.
Oh,
We did discuss having the subcontractors present at the time of inspection at the meeting on the 28th with verification of their current licensing status. That's what we discussed.
okay.
Am I correct?
If
Or
that's-
was that not
if-
your recollection?
If that's your understanding of the conversation, I'm going to agree with you.
So then how does that, so just so I understand, so is this saying the actual subcontractor, not his employees, has to be there to identify? Is that what we're saying?
That's what we discussed at the meeting that you were at on the 28th also. That's
So-
exactly what we discussed.
Too many mics on.
So not just his workers, but him himself?
Yeah, whoever's putting their name and liability on it, which would be the licensed subcontractor.
That makes sense to me, to have that person who's going to carry on the liability
We can do
for
that.
that homeowner is going to provide the warranty after the fact, that he's there verifying, yes, my team did this work, here's my license, here's my insurance information, et cetera, et cetera. It would make sense that you would know that is the right person there, because I'm hearing the same thing, that people are handing out cards and not necessarily the right ones. So-
Okay?
If I'm this guy, I'm owner builder slime ball guy out there doing all this shoddy work, and I got all these relatives coming in, so if I give you a card with a name and a license number on it, and when you verify that with the California Licensing, Contractor Licensing Board, they're going to tell you whether or not it's a valid license, they're going to tell you whether or not I have workers' comp, they're going to tell you whether I have employees, they're going to tell you whether I posted my bond. All of those things with a legitimate licensed contractor are going to be on record. And so if they're not, there's a stop work order, and that project doesn't progress, period. No matter because you're not going to get builders to have their subcontractors show up and pay them extra on an inspection day. I mean, they do the work and they leave and they get paid. And so let's be real about this. There are protections built into this thing by what we're doing now, by going and verifying. Yes, there are, Heidi.
If they are not present, then who's to
That's
say that they're not
because you
just
could
taking a
verify
card?
if it's legitimate or not, and if it's not legitimate, the work stops.
I don't think
Period.
she's saying that, Woody.
No.
She's saying.
She is saying that. She's making me
Can I
present.
talk for a second? Her viewpoint is, how do we know that this sub who handed the card was really an employee of that particular firm? Yeah, they're independent contractors working for that sub, and we know the sub's licensed, but maybe that guy wasn't, you know.
If the sub is licensed, if the
Yeah, that's fine.
subcontractor is licensed, he's gonna, and he has employees, he's gonna have all of these other things.
I get that.
are
Well,
verifiable.
I'm not arguing that point. I agree with you on that point. My point is, what if that card is not a legitimate card? The guy is not working for that sub. Why can't you have the sub show up for the inspection? That's all you're talking
Because
about.
you're adding more cost to the bill.
For the sub to show up?
As opposed to the expenses on the damage control end that we're seeing in our community right now, that's minimal.
So, if I get this right, and you wanted to make that, that contractor be there on site, like, well, for instance, Ben from ProFrame, right, who's running several jobs throughout the county. We're gonna have, you want him to be there at that framing inspection, if I understand it correctly.
Well, not only him, you
Yes.
got the HVAC guy that's got to be there, who's got
Correct.
several jobs in the county. You got the plumber who's got to be there, who's got several jobs in the county. You got the fire sprinkler guy who's got several jobs in the county. You may keep going. I mean, you got all these subs that got to be there when they're tied up on other jobs and other things. This is not going to work. This is not acceptable.
Perhaps
Well-
JT can weigh in here if he wants to be present at every inspection, because that's his license when he's doing the work. So you're saying he would have to be present at every inspection?
So council, if I could quickly interject, Tony is presenting really the summation of the work that he was directed by you to do, to bring back. He has also incorporated really a voluntary meeting that was held 3 weeks ago on a Monday afternoon, and not directed by you as full council, but willingly participated in that meeting and took constructive comments out of that meeting, which has been incorporated into this presentation. Let me finish, please. So what needs to happen tonight is that if you want to give him additional direction, there will need to be a motion and a vote of a majority of council to give that additional direction. Because the direction has to come from you on a policy level. So again, it's just, as a council, you have to decide what you're willing to do or not willing to do, but a majority vote needs to provide that direction.
I need to ask one more question then on this thing. I'm hearing that having them all present can't happen because there's too many subs and too many, jobs and all that. How do we make sure that we have the right subs information handed to you on a card, that particular company will stand up for the warranty work after that house is sold to one of our residents? That's really my concern, is after that, they've closed, they've moved in, and they find out they've got a leaking shower pan. And how do we make sure that the name that you were given about the installer of that had used a card, had a license on, that he will then come back and fix what wasn't done right? How does that happen? How can we make that happen?
Well, I can't talk about the business practices of a particular contractor.
Understand.
Right. We can make sure that that's correctly documented, that they perform the work on the job. Now, making them come back, I can't.
I know you can't make them come back,
Sure.
but you can make sure that the homeowner has the exact name of the sub that did that work, and it's a valid sub that did the work, right?
And that's got to happen at final. We now have to hand in all the subs that worked on that house, all their license numbers, all their contact information, the person you contact, everything about that person has got to be put in that folder at the end of the job, so that homeowner has that. Not only that, the town now has it.
Now, do we know that we were given a valid sub? I mean, and not just a bogus sub in that form, that document?
If you want them to become a police state where they go out there and make sure it's the right person.
I'm not asking that.
No, you are asking that, because he would have to be there to make sure and have the owner there of that company. All I'm saying is, for the most part, most people are given the right information. Are there some that could get away with doing something different? I'm not saying there isn't. I see loopholes in it that could possibly happen too, in anything. But right now, we're trying to do something to move forward without these guys going further in debt with the numbers we just saw just a little bit ago.
And like you said, the full list will be gathered at final. But in the meantime, during the process at every inspection, when you say, okay, who did this drywall, who did the plumbing, on a four-way, like Greg was saying, there's a number of things that happen on a four-way inspection, which is early in the construction project. And so who nailed off the roof sheeting, or, who did the framing, all these things. So if you're given the name and number and you call up and you verify that that is a legitimate, valid license number, you'll also be able to find out whether or not they've got workers' comp, whether they have employees, okay, which one of my employees nailed off that drywall? I mean, we're going to have ways of checks and balances. If it is not valid, that job stops and will never get to final. Nobody will ever be able to buy that house because it won't be done unless another licensed contractor comes in and takes over that owner build and takes on all the liability.
Again, there is no way of verifying that that is the contractor that performed the work.
Okay.
So so when I had my glass business, my guys had cards, with my name on it. And if you want to know who the contractor was, that they would give you my card. You would call and say, are you working on this job? Well, I'm physically not, but I have 2 guys here, 3 guys here, 4 guys, whatever. Bill is one of them that gave you my card. I mean, that would be a pretty good indication that you've got the right contractor there. Or, no, I don't have anybody on that job, and if I don't have anybody on that job,
then we throw the flag.
Throw the flag.
I mean...
Is that doable by your team, or is that too much? Is that really an outstanding burden?
That is the reverse of what is the potential loophole there. It's that you would be looking at a card of Bob Smith, licensed plumber. And of course, the owner builder that is on that project has a connection with him. And so when you call, he's going to say, oh yeah, I did it. But is he in fact the one who performed the work?
It could have been his guy.
It could have been somebody unlicensed.
But if he's going to put his name on it, he's the one going to be liable for it, and if something goes wrong, he's going to be the one that's called to come out and take care of it. So
And these
that's
are
what we're trying to do,
people
is hold people accountable.
So these are examples of things that have happened. These are not hypothetical
Heidi,
things.
I know
They
what's happening
have.
out there. I'm
And
out there.
They are not connected to this community. They will not be here to answer for that work.
Totally
And that
agree.
is the problem with many of these people here.
Totally agree.
They have not been able to find who is responsible for the workmanship and the problems they're having with the houses that they're building.
Okay.
That is the loop we need to close.
So would it be beneficial maybe to take some cards and you come back and then finish? Let's do that. So let's, Heidi, so let's hear from, and then we'll have Tony come back. So cards, Melanie?
Yes. The first card is Janessa Blow.
In April of 2024, my family set off to check out the beautiful town of Paradise. Hours in, we finally pulled up Pence Road, seeing all the beautiful land, the burnt limbs still on trees, and the empty lots with driveways and pools. Looking at the cute little downtown, as we pulled up into the driveway, we see this beautiful white farm home. It was perfect from the inside out. My husband and I looked at each other and we knew this was it. The light in my children's eyes was excitement and eager to start in this new town. In that moment, we knew that Paradise was going to be our new home. By the end of July, my family finally made it into what we thought would be our forever home. After just a few short weeks, my husband's health started to decline quickly, from his eyes not being able to make eye contact with anybody, fighting for his eyes to stay straight, the pressure on his forehead that he felt every day, bloodshot burning eyes, and having no memory of conversations I would hold with him. Then it started fading into him feeling dizzy all the time, from doctors to specialists with no answers, none. I had him on many diets, medications, and trying all these things and nothing worked. As I started doing my own research to help him, I noticed my daughters, they can't even get out of bed in the morning. My 10-year-old with celiac disease, her immune system is already compromised. She kept getting bloody noses with massive blood clots coming out, to rashes, to migraines, fatigue, always tired, watching them decline on the soccer field because their little bodies just couldn't work anymore. I slowly watched my family decline, and all I thought to myself is how? How is this happening? We are a healthy family. My family, I work so hard to keep safe and healthy. It's disintegrating right in front of my eyes. 5 months in, as I lay in my bedroom with my eyes burning in pain and watering like a stream. This happens every night. And I lay down, my 10-year-old said, "Mom, feel these lumps on my head." What felt like mini tumors all over her head, behind her ears, and on her neck were her lymph nodes bulging out, freaking out on what's going on. The doctor sending us to the sonogram the next day, and in just a few days, her doctor called and said something ate at the fatty tissues on all the lymph nodes of her head and neck. And I couldn't stop repeating that. Something ate it? Do you know the pain that hit me right in the gut? The fear as a mother to hear that your child, my mind instantly went to my kid dying on me. Did the bad seed get to her? The anxiety and fear and sickness that filled my body, and I can't even describe to you this pain that lingered for months of unknown. As my 7-year-old, who was a morning person, instantly became nearly impossible to get out of bed. Some days I'd had to shake her so hard to get up, I feared she wasn't going to. With her eyes swollen and veins popping out from under her eyes, her telling me how bad her eyes hurt and how her body hurt, she doesn't even want to move. It hurt to hear that. My active, healthy 7-year-old not wanting to get up and being a wild, feral child that she is. My oldest constantly getting migraines, random hives taking over her body, puking at schools from being dizziness and rushing from her to grab her. Okay. Well, I figured you guys could give a little bit more after what my family went through. Come on.
I'll go fill out a card and give her mine.
I'll fill out a card and give her. Go ahead, print it. My oldest constantly getting migraines, random hives taking over her body, puking at school from being dizzy and having to rush to grab her. She never gets migraines and having them almost every day. How can this be? All these wild symptoms I'm watching my family go through. I'm dealing with sleep insomnia, chest pains, my body not wanting to recover after my workouts, eyes burning, floating, memory loss. I slept 3 hours a night. This lasted 4 months. The migraines I would randomly get sleeping in my car in between clients, praying my head can stop pounding so I can work to provide for my family. As I watched my entire healthy family crumble in front of me while I tried to fix myself, I felt hopeless. I felt defeated and I failed. I failed my family and I failed my kids. What I thought would be an amazing move for my family ended up turning into a giant nightmare. January of this year, my 10-year-old daughter was having nightmares, so I made a layered bed of blankets on the floor for her to sleep. As I get her up in the morning, I'm folding the blankets, but due to my surprise, the entire blankets on the bottoms were soaking wet. Me dumbfounded. The next night, the same thing. There was a giant red flag that something wasn't right. Watching her starting to have severe stomach pains, a fever, the lymph nodes bulging from her body, and my husband's mental and physical health is just declining. A man who once was so hardworking was striving to stay alive another day. After having our house tested for chemicals, the amount of benzenes in my home was out of this world. I reached out to a contractor friend who, thank God, are some of the smartest, heartwarming people I've met here in Paradise. They looked at those chemicals in my home and said, some of those are hair products. Your shower pan must be failing. I got a plumber out, and lo and behold, my shower pan has been draining under my floors. Not only was mold being formed, but the chemicals were actually causing us to be sick as well. My shower pan never passed inspections. My floors were glued down, which is why they weren't buckling. They were installed incorrectly, which made my family get that much sicker. My family was intentionally being poisoned. Things that were so easy to be done by you, the city, to make this not happen weren't even done. You caused my family to get sick, and you caused this mental and physical strain on all of us. But while all these new orders are being put into place, having multiple meetings about my home, not one time have any of you offered to help. I'm paying $3,800 of a mortgage of a home that's not livable. I'm paying $2,500 in rent. I had to take money from my kids' college fund we were saving on a CD the past 5 years. All that interest we saved is gone, and we got penalized. Again, we are suffering from you. I was just able to afford a TV and a couch for our front room, and we had to leave our moldy home with nothing but our clothes. So as you sit here looking at us, I hope you feel some sort of pain we have been through from your negligence. My 10-year-old is being treated right now as if she has Crohn's disease from our recent hospital stays and the amount of tests being done on her. My oldest still gets migraines. I'm still having fatigue, and my 7-year-old is still hard to get up on some days. My husband may never recover from this. He now still has symptoms, but also tagged on sleep apnea, thyroid issues, and possible permanent eye damage. No other family should go through the mental pain as we did, and to be a mother and feel like you failed your children is the worst pain in the entire world. And I hope tonight you do more than just changing a few codes, because you and I know that that's not going to change a damn thing.
Next card is Kayla Martin.
Good evening, members of the council. God, why do I have to go after her? I'm here tonight as a business owner, a parent, and most importantly, a resident who cares deeply about the future of our town. What we're facing is not just a surface level problem. It's something much deeper, an issue that has been building for years quietly and has yet to come fully to light. I do believe that putting a new plan in place for the future is important, but we cannot simply look forward without first looking back, and we must ask what brought us here, what allowed these problems to take root. For the past few years, homes have been built in this town that should have never passed inspection, but they did. In a lot of cases, inspections were overlooked entirely. These aren't just buildings, they're homes that real families live in, families who believed they were making the most important and secure investment of their lives, only to discover that what they purchased was poorly built, unsafe, or already deteriorating. Over time, I have become a listening ear for residents who are afraid to speak up, people who have trusted me with their stories and concerns because they fear retaliation or being ignored. Tonight, I stand here not just for myself, but as a voice for those who feel they cannot be heard. On that note, if you are here because you have been directly affected by these builders, please raise your hand for the council to see. If we ignore this, we're telling those families that their safety, financial security, and trust doesn't matter. We're also sending a message to future buyers and builders that our town is willing to overlook critical mistakes. That is not the reputation we want or can afford to have. If we want to see our town grow into a strong, thriving community, we must ensure accountability for those responsible, correct the damage that's been done, and put safeguards in place so this never happens again. Our community's growth should not be measured by the number of houses we build. It should be measured by the quality, safety, integrity of those homes and the trust between residents and those who serve them. Let's not turn a blind eye. Let's fix the foundation, literally and figuratively, so that our town can truly flourish.
JT Martin.
Before my 3 minutes starts, if you guys want to talk about other ways to verify who's actually doing the work, I'll be happy to send you an email with some list if you guys want to talk about that later and not continue on tonight. Okay. So I'm here today to address my concerns with the town's mismanagement of the growing issues regarding substandard construction of homes in Paradise. I'll begin with a few months following the fire. Anyone with an average IQ and common sense would have foreseen the issues to come with fraud and crimes of opportunity. This town and its residents have unfortunately suffered an unprecedented concentration of the worst con men and women to grace this earth. Knowing this would happen, the town should have been much better prepared. The management of this town has been very slow to react to any issues that citizens have had to deal with. The issue with owner-builders building substandard housing is no different. The building official and town manager have had countless complaints for years from owners that have bought houses that are having issues. It wasn't until the July council meeting that they decided to take this issue seriously. After the July council meeting, there was a meeting with the CSLB DA Gallagher's office, 2 council members, the building official, the town manager, and the police department. I was invited to speak at this meeting regarding the issues with substandard building. I presented evidence of what is being allowed to take place in regards to building permits and lack of adequate inspections. This is all information that I compiled by going through building permits and by driving past job sites that raised red flags in my head. The building department obviously has all the same information. Every agency in that meeting agreed that we in fact have a big problem. They also agreed that the problem started at the building department and needs to be corrected by the building department. During this meeting that lasted close to 3 hours, the town manager walked out after just 1 hour. He was clearly not concerned enough to stay. The current building official has been here since the fire. The responsibility for the disaster we now have lies with him. The town manager has been here for over 3 years. The responsibility for allowing the building official to continue creating this disaster lies with him. None of these problems we have are going to be solved by the people that have created them. These 2 individuals should either resign or the council needs to relieve them of their duties. We need competent leadership in this town. Building or rebuilding a town is beyond the capabilities of the current management. As stated at the last council meeting, I'm requesting an audit of the building department. As a town, we need to get to the bottom of how these issues happened. If we don't look at how we got where we are, there's no way to chart a clear course so that we can move forward in the right direction. It is time that this town council start being proactive instead of always being reactive. As Johnny Cash once said, trust gets you killed, love gets you hurt, and being real gets you hated. I'm fine being hated. I don't mind. I'll always be real. So, if me speaking up saves one family's life from being destroyed financially or physically, then all of this is worth it. Because you guys don't understand what I'm putting on the line being up here. I think there are a lot of people, and I heard a lot after the last council meeting, of a lot of people that were too afraid to come up here and say this. I don't care. I can work anywhere.
Jessica and Nick Olson.
We represent a homeowner that has been screwed by one of these owner-builder contractors, and basically I can keep it brief, but these guys should be taken out of the equation and not be allowed to build in this city if they're going to get away with this type of work and not be accountable and not return phone calls and not come out. You can't hire an attorney because it's not worth their time. It's not a big enough problem for them, but it's a $20,000 to $30,000 conservative problem to us. After we bought our home, our flooring started peeling up within the first 6 months, and come to find out the subfloor is the problem. The concrete is very uneven, and it's going to require a lot of unanticipated expenses and unknown expenses, because we won't even know until they tear the floor out how much self-leveling, grinding, and everything else that's going to have to be done to fix our floor. So, these guys that are getting away with this work, and we see them in our neighborhood running around with their kids, pouring foundations, and doing every phase of the job.
Across the street
There's
from
been
us.
at least 10 houses in our neighborhood since we bought, and it's all the same people, and they're all just having the same people do it. And you might get a few legitimate contractors and subcontractors helping these guys out, but you can tell that most of them are just family members and kids, and leaving their trash laying around, driving through the neighborhood at 50 to 60 miles an hour in a 25-hour zone multiple times a day. And so it's
With
definitely a
kids
problem
there.
that needs to be addressed.
And this is just a drop in the bucket on what's happening with our house. This is the flooring. It's over $20,000 estimated for it to be corrected. Not only did we have issues with the flooring, we had issues with the roof. We had issues with the venting. We had issues with anything and everything that you could think of. Our windows are scraped from them throwing them on the ground and then pulling them up later. We have a list of things in our contract that we signed when we signed to buy our house for them to come back and correct. Guess what? This gentleman sold his multi-million-dollar home and moved to Florida while all of his kids sit here and do the same work. Something needs to change. One more thing, just to help everybody out. Everybody can get online and look up on the contractor's website to look at their license. No, you can't verify that this gentleman or woman or whomever is holding the license is actually Pitcher. I recommend looking at their ID along with their license and looking it up.
Tina Resler?
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Tina, and I lived in Paradise in Magalia for over 35 years now. I tried rebuilding a home, but was taken advantage by a contractor. I purchased a Slavic-built home in 2022, and thankfully haven't had any problems with my home. I love my home. Actually, I have great pride in ownership of my home, and this is a Slavic-built home. I'm deeply concerned for those neighbors who have bought homes and are experiencing these issues. Early on, it seemed like the community members and contractors were generally trying to help and find solutions. But somewhere along the way, frustration with one or two contractors, or more, I don't know, has turned into a broader attack on an entire ethnic group. I believe some of this perception has been unintentionally fueled by comments from council members. As leaders, your words and actions carry real weight in how our community heals and moves forward. At last month's meeting, the conversation got quite heated, and blame shifted toward real estate agents. When a council member suggested agents should just not show their houses, it feels to me like realtors are being targeted next, which I just feel is not acceptable. Another concern that I have is the lack of clarity about who exactly is causing these problems. If there is a specific contractor or builder with these issues, then I urge you to name them. Early on, we knew about some contractors that were taking advantage of people. Name these guys now. Otherwise, the public is left to assume that all Slavic-built homes have problems, which is unfair to those contractors who are working hard to rebuild Paradise with care and dignity, and there are some of those here. I've seen derogatory sticky notes placed on doors of Slavic-built homes for sale, and I've heard that this has been happening for some time now. If someone is targeting an entire group like this, who knows what else they might have done, and that worries me. This could mean that homes are being damaged. And if my home was damaged as it was being built, I want to know about it so I can address those issues also. Lastly, I do want to thank the town of Paradise, the building department, for the contractor versus homeowner comparison flyer and for moving forward with clearer, more streamlined policies. I appreciate these efforts and hope that we can continue to address the concerns with fairness, transparency, and respect for everyone. I truly want us to work together to protect our community and our home values as Paradise continues to rebuild. Thank you for your time.
Doug Spiker?
Good evening, council. I believe you all know me. So as many of you know that I sell houses and dirt up here. Over the years, I've been closely involved with the new construction, whether by local contractors, out of area crews, owner builders, and also existing homes. I've seen the good, the bad, and everything in between. Language I've used in contracts has been adapted by the town as examples of how to better educate and protect buyers, something I'm happy to elaborate on and continue collaboration. I'll be the first to admit there's been a lot of subpar work in town, but what I cannot support is the sweeping claim that every Slavic-built house is junk. I sympathize with all those that have faced serious issues because I do know there is a lot, and I've seen it firsthand. But that's not the overall pattern I've seen in all of my sales. The upset voice is always the loudest, and I'm here to point out the damage that this does to the folks that haven't had the same experience. The constant slamming of these homes doesn't just hurt the builders, it hurts the families who have bought the ones that they're happy with. While there are a lot of buyers that are not happy, there are so many different investors and so many layers of different subcontractors and the pride of ownership in these builds. I've seen it firsthand. Blanket negativity paints them all the same, unfairly devaluing good homes and harming owners who have had no issues at all. I've seen it on the resale of people that have bought homes and within a couple of years have had to sell. And the negative talk has really affected them, even though they have a track record of not having issues. Unfortunately, I've heard a lot of steering and derogatory generalizations, sometimes from the locals, even from realtors who we are supposed to act to a code of ethics. There's been also claims that have been spread of me personally funding the Russian builds and how I'm in bed just to make money out of greed. These claims are not full truth, and it's actually really sad, not just damaging to me and my business and reputation, but I do thank people like Heidi who have reached out to me to talk this through and see what I know and what my experience is. It's been sad to see how quickly some have stayed silent, treated me and my family differently as if I'm a bad guy just by selling houses up here. At the end of the day, I wish that everyone could see the lengths that I've extended to buyers of like what to do. I've had Jared with Rancho Engineering do a foundation inspection. There's just so many different layers that, anyways, we all want to see Paradise grow in a healthy, sustainable way. And that means focusing on honest conversations, holding the builders accountable where needed, coming up with these valid concerns. There are others such as messy job sites, illegal use of neighboring properties, and supporting good neighbors who simply want to make this a place that we're all proud to call home. Basically, I think this issue is so much bigger than just one group that keeps hearing over and over. So working together to try to figure out how to hold accountable while also being realistic in what the burden is on the town. Yeah, thank you.
How many more cards do we have?
I have 8 more cards. Next, sorry.
Let's get a few more, but then I'd like to have Tony come up. But yeah, but, well, we can finish them. I mean, everybody's going to have a chance. So let's go ahead with the next couple. And
The next card is Stephen Smith.
Good evening, council members, and thank you for having us here today. I'd like to first commend J.T. Martin and his wife for having the guts to come up here and, as a contractor, and having to deal with the building department on a daily basis, to be able to say what he said. I know where his heart is, and his heart's in the right place. And the one thing I would like to address is the talk that's been had about having subcontractors present during inspections. The cost, I mean, we've got an affordability problem right now. And I just calculated quickly, if I have 19 subcontractor inspections through the course of a house, and my sub's gonna pass that cost on to me, and I pass it on to my customers, and that in and of itself is an increased cost of about $2,850. That's going to get passed on. We're not going to eat it. So just think about the affordability. I think you're on the right track in trying to solve the problem that we've got. And I encourage you to just continue the discourse, continue the research into it, and try to come up with a reasonable solution. And I don't think that adding to the cost of the ultimate buyer, consumer, is going to help our town. So we got a problem already in people being able to afford to live anywhere. So we should do what we can to try and make it more affordable for everybody. Keep the costs down and keep the open lines of communication up. We need to have it. We can't fix this problem by just fighting about it. So we need some solutions. So thank you for your time.
Christina Burton.
Hello, thank you for listening. I've been in Paradise for 15 years and owned and operated a local business, Positive Eye Little Dance Studio. Hello, Woody. Nice to see you. Glad to announce we're going to relaunch this month, but I am in one of these builds. 3 years ago in June, we had to downsize from our $1 million home on Redbud. The insurance went up to $22,000 a year, and our small business was rebuilding. Before the fire, I had over 250 students dancing at my studio, and now I'm rebuilding again starting this month, and we're at like 20. So this is an emotional thing. I too feel like a failure as a mother because I don't know what to do. I'm in a home that right after we moved in, within weeks, the floor was lifting. They told us to let it settle. We contacted them. They didn't get back to us. I don't know how it passed inspection because right when we moved in, the master bedroom, the bath didn't even turn on. The water didn't even come out of the shower spigot. Okay? They took a couple weeks to come out. Every time there's a different person that comes in, and our electricity was not working. They sent in someone that looked maybe 16 years old to fix it. Still a hole in my family room. They said they were going to come back and fix it. Still there. After 3 years, they finally returned one of our techs. 2.5 weeks ago, they came out because we told them that we thought that our house was moldy. After hearing other people's families' symptoms, I realized my kids, too, have rashes on their faces, sleeping all day, hard to wake them up, very hazy, very hard to get to work. Floor continues to lift. Ceilings are cracking. The sheetrock cracked within weeks of us moving in there. They didn't respond to any of our messages. And every time I asked for a business card, the 2 times that I've seen them in 3 years, they said they didn't have a business card and they didn't have a license. I just found out recently these people are not licensed. Every time somebody comes to our home, twice in 3 years, they don't speak very good English, and I'm not saying anything discriminatory, but it's hard. There's an English barrier. But now we're stuck in this home. I've had a couple construction companies come out. They don't want to be taking the liability to fix this issue, so where are we? We are waiting to get our house tested for mold. I see it in the ceiling. My family room looks like it's about to fall through. So at this point, how did that house get inspected? Our heater, our water heater in the garage, I'm not a contractor, neither is my husband, we thought it was safe. There was not a vent coming out of that water heater to the roof until 2.5 weeks ago. Okay, so how did that get passed from the city? We trusted the city to approve our house so it was sold. Okay, what do we do now? What do we do now? We're stuck in this home. My kids have symptoms. Who's going to pay for this? I already had to pay for our AC and heater to be fixed. That first winter, it broke. What do we do?
So do we want to finish with questions, or do we want to have?
I would like to finish and hear what everybody has to say
Okay.
before we make any recommendations.
I'd like you to address the heater issue when you come back.
Yes, and I also did another inspection after we moved in, when we sold our other house. 38 pages of things wrong. I will email that to you if you'd like it. How did that get passed? You didn't know.
You guys are also more than welcome to come tour my home.
Mine too. Mine too.
Every single inch of it, you are more than welcome to come in and look at it, and we can point out and show you everything.
Next card is Doug Manjar.
council. I'm not a home builder, so I do the site work. I work for a lot of the different contractors and I see different work. But regards to what you're trying to figure out, how to get somebody to be accountable, I think on the home builders that are owner builders, I think what you can look at, you can't necessarily pin them down as far as who they're using as subs. I think you're going to find that tough, because if the homeowner's doing the work himself as an owner builder, he doesn't have to have that contractor's license. He can do the work. But what you can do is have him put up a bond for so many years requiring so much value on the building is part of the possibility. But that, you'd have to talk with your attorney and see that one. That would be one of my deals to look at. As far as having the contractors or subs come to the site, I think Greg Boland spelled it out very well. There's not that many around that they're busy. It's like my crews do anywhere from 3 to 4 jobs a day. We're getting inspections during that day. I can't be everywhere at the same time I'm meeting with clients. It makes it hard. I do have all my employees do carry our full certificates, our business license, our insurances. So if you ask one of my employees, they have it. But I think to try and request a contractor necessarily to be there as a sub is going to be real tough for them to make that happen at all times without adding them extreme costs to home for some of these people. Thank you.
Amanda Clark.
Hey guys, I'm gonna make it really quick. I'm not a home builder, but I am a licensed contractor, and I recognize that there's a huge problem with owner builders building houses. They don't have insurance, they don't have bonds, you can't go back after them, right? Something most people don't know, except maybe the few contractors in this room, is that there's no law that requires contractors to have insurance. Contractors have to carry a $25,000 bond, and you can go back after them if you need to. They don't have to have insurance. All of these problems that everybody's talking about, they're gonna be more than $25,000 to fix. So even if there is a bond, there are contractors out there building homes, a lot of subcontractors out there that do not have insurance at all. And so there's nothing for folks to fall back on besides just a small $25,000 bond. And I just want to point that out because I think a lot of people don't know that, and it's something important for residents to just check that too, get a certificate of insurance. Maybe we can help educate folks that that's something that they need to pay attention to because most people don't know. So that's all.
Christina Bohe.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. Thank you to JT Martin and the people who spoke. I did not come here intending to speak about this tonight, but now that I am, I'm going to tell you what happened with us. I spoke directly to Tony about neighbors building too close to the roadway. They are contractors, they are owner builders, and they do contracting in this town, and they are not Slavic. The house was built less than 3 feet from the roadway. I know this because I had to pay $1,800 for a survey so I could go to court about this. Normal people do not understand when you say it's a civil matter and people are blocking your driveway because it's a roadway, and the police don't know what the driveway looks like because the town doesn't say anything about someone building 3 feet from the roadway. I wrote the town 2 letters, you have them. I outlined the problem before occupancy permits were allowed to this house. I'm pretty sure some of you know what this situation is. It's a civil matter. I've learned a lot. I paid for a survey. I already told you that. Roadways and parking laws are in place for a reason. When I told Tony that I was worried that the fire truck wouldn't be able to get there, he told me he could get a fire truck in there from anywhere. And at the time, there was no other house built around me. So I thought, oh yeah, God, that's right. What an idiot I am. He could drive a truck up there and it could get to the house, no problem, until those houses are built. And then how's he going to get in there? This has to do with the town. It doesn't have to do with Slavs. It doesn't have to do with us. I feel for the mother who spoke today. My kids witness us being trapped in our driveway, not able to get out twice. The fire and police come, oh, we can get a cruiser through there. You can get a cruiser through there? How many times have you ever called the police and only one cruiser shows up? Or one fire truck to a fire? Boy, this problem comes from the town, not understanding how it affects the realtors, the buyers, the sellers, the police officers, the fire crews. The town collected lawsuit money. The town has an attorney. The town has Tony, who knew what was happening in our house. He knows what's going on here. He went to the meeting last week and still doesn't understand what is required to get this fixed. When the town allows it, it goes down the line making bigger problems, and you guys have a big problem because now you know that we all are in on this now. We got your number. Thank you.
Christine Daniels.
Thank you for allowing me to speak again. It is true, after contacting the code enforcement and being told that only the state of California deals with manufactured homes, that should be concerning. I mean, I had to get a hold of him. He then did contact the state of California, and they contacted me within 3 minutes. They're concerned. All 39 of those units that you have parked up there all have mold. And you have a real estate agent and an LLC that's selling them, that's going to slap some paint on them and sell them right over again. It's listed for sale right now. They came looking as I was moving out, coughing all the way. It's absolutely disgusting. Absolutely. Again, I have nowhere to live, and this was my last move. Took everything. Now my stuff is in the trash, except for my clothes on my back. And you guys are, yep, I called the state of California. Yeah, I know. They're not gonna, I mean, they're gonna come and investigate, but what are you gonna do? Someone's gonna buy that house, someone's gonna move in, and someone's gonna have the same problem. They're gonna continue to rent it. What are you going to do? Not the state of California. What are you going to do? I don't care if it's a manufactured home. I never thought I'd ever live in one, but it was brand new. Clayton Manufactured Homes has a big, huge problem. And they parked them right up there. Bovida bought them up. And they're going to keep on renting them and keep on selling them. Absolutely. What are you going to do?
Autumn Field.
Hi, good evening. I was not going to talk tonight, but hearing people give the title of contractor to people that don't deserve it is really upsetting. It's like saying that I could be a doctor just because somebody wants to call me a doctor. It's super disrespectful to people like JT and to people that want to be doing it properly. Let's call them what they are. Slime ball builders, period.
My last card is for George Spursky.
Hi, my name is George Spursky. I'm a licensed general contractor. I just wanted to offer a remedy. You guys are talking about different remedies for this problem. The state of California says that you can be an owner builder if you live in your house. You don't have to have any licensed subs if you live in your house and your building. If you're going to sell it, you have to use licensed subcontractors. I think it'd be the easy solution is just to make everybody pull a permit for every trade. Then they're documented and they're signing their name to what they're doing. I think that'd be the easiest way to take care of it. And then they do have to be present, or they don't have to be present, but they're still responsible. So you don't have to make them come again. So that's just what I wanted to say. Thanks.
Tony, you want to come up and let me ask one thing. The water heater, is this the same that we were talking about?
I don't know her address. But, yeah, so we have found some discrepancies with hot water heaters, what's meeting their energy calcs and what's actually being installed. And Eric, Police Chief Reinbold is, starting an investigation, looking into the matter. And this was just.
Would you explain a little as far as what report was that?
So, yeah, sure. So we've had some, we started an investigation because we found saw a picture that it was unvented, right? Then we went in and it took I saw the picture 2 weeks, and we finally got an address so we could look into what was supposed to be there originally. And on the plans, the energy calcs, and on the HERS report was one type of hot water heater, and that was different from what was installed, right? So at some point in time, we don't know. It's an ongoing investigation regarding this, and we've discovered another one as well.
So like an electric heater doesn't need a vent, they could have had that in there and removed it, you're saying? You're looking into that?
There's potentially,
So-
like when we get the HERS report
Well-
at the final inspection, and then whatever happened afterwards, at some point in time, what was verified by the HERS rater and on our energy calcs end up being different there. So potentially it was changed out. Eric is working through the investigation, so if he wants to come and talk about it, we can, but that's basically what we're looking into.
So just because something is on the plans and then in the HERS report, is it still not inspected?
Well, no, and so what happens is
That's enough.
So we would inspect that, but, now we're being better at taking photographic evidence of what's being inspected there, so we're gonna, document that. Because it was signed, the building was signed off, the HERS rater who came in, and also.
Third party.
It was a third party, so it's a, home and energy, our systems. Anyway,
Right, I'm familiar with HERS.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So the HERS rater comes in and verifies, refrigerant charges and what's installed and off the energy calcs, right? So and those are registered with CalCerts or with
Right, but
Cheers.
just because it's on that report, somebody still physically inspected it from our department to ensure that it was
Yes.
installed, whatever it was installed properly.
Was
but
installed.
It appears that it
and
was not,
correctly, but at some point in time, it changed.
or somebody
So-
didn't actually look to inspect it.
Well, yeah.
If the reports are conflicting, someone didn't, right? If the reports are conflicting between the HERS rater and the building inspector, somebody did not accurately document what they were looking at.
Certainly, we're getting better at that.
So, before we even had the fire, this was years ago, there was a contractor here in town that you guys would know if I said his name. Don't believe he's here tonight. Well, I know he's not here tonight, but anyway, he would get inspections for his slabs on his house, and as soon as the inspector left, I would drive, go to work. We worked in Sacramento, wherever. I'd come back that night, and he'd be pouring the next morning. He got his inspection, but there was all of a sudden a bunch of more soil put in to make that slab from a 3-inch slab to an inch slab. That's a reputable contractor that's here in town. That happened before the fire. There are situations like my kids had with a very good builder, and the shower pan was tested, looks great. Got passed, everything went fine. The guys that came in and did the tile work were sloppy and scarred that tray up so bad, that liner up so bad that there was holes in it. and they made them rip it out 3 times before they got it right. So what I'm saying by that is there are things that you inspect and see. Guys, really, we don't need yelling and stuff, please. We're trying to talk civilly. There are things that happen, there's inspections that happen, and there's things that can happen after that point in time that are out of the control. Are there things we can do better at? Absolutely. There's things we can do better at. But there are things that happen that we keep hearing about this trap that was underneath the shower that was done with a corrugated pipe. I keep hearing about it over and over again. That's something that's done when the tub is set. The plastic's broke, you do your trap, it brings it up right to where it's supposed to be in the drain. That's not inspected. Now, there is a test later on, you do a test later on to inspect that your pipes hold the water, but there are things that happen in times. So when we're going through this, guys, I want us to remember not everything is looked at the moment that it is actually done. There are things that can happen to destroy or hurt things that are done afterwards that are not looked at and inspected. So when you go through this stuff, and I will say this, HCD, I was on the phone with HCD a few years ago, and they told me they told me on the phone, and there's a few changes we wanted to make to some of the parks that were here as they were going in. They said, if you touch or do anything to those parks, we will pull every bit of funding you have. And I said, all we want to do is put a lane in there for a fire. Get a turnaround at the end of that. He says, let me repeat this. If you touch anything or do anything to those parks, you will get no funding from this state and from the HCD. And I said, then you're fine. Those people, I said, unfortunately, if there's a fire, that fire truck will not make it down there because he can't get out. He said, I'm not going to tell you again. So I'm just telling you that we don't have any jurisdiction, and I was told that several times on that phone call. Do not touch, do not even think about doing anything on those parks. So, well, it's horrible. It's horrible, but that's the hard part for us. We fight for these things at times, and we're told those situations, and that's what we're told to do. Is it right? No, it's not right. We don't have control.
We had another problem over at Plantation, which was very similar, and it was in 6 years, they managed to get 3 manufactured homes in there, and even the garages were HCD's jurisdiction, not ours. We tried to intervene. I had Gallagher there and everything. HCD basically told us, you know what? Even your police and fire don't have jurisdiction over that. We do.
That's what we're dealing with, and we deal with the state many times.
So when they come in and see all the mold?
They don't care. That's not on us. That's on them. We can't do anything. Have no jurisdiction.
Be aware, you're going to have a lot more soon.
I agree, and I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I know who you're talking about. I know. I've watched those go up. I got it. It's disappointing, but
I would like to reiterate that I do recognize that there are circumstances that come up during the process of a build that are unavoidable, not inspected, or subject to human error. I get that. I was owner-builder myself, and it was not perfect, as several people in this room can attest to. But the intent to be proactive in closing the loopholes that subject our residents to harm, whether that be financial or physical or hassle or medical, all of the above. The intent is, and the perception of our conduct here as a town, and specifically the building department, and tonight the council's response to what is being brought before us. The perception of how we handle that is huge. And something jumped out at me in your presentation, Tony, about acting when opportunities are identified. And I can only speak personally for about the last 7 months, but I know that I have personally brought these to the attention of the town and to the building department. in response to complaints that I've received from the community, and have been repeatedly met with, we cannot do any more. We are not able, we are doing everything we can, and specific references to the Business and Professions Code that we are now expanding on with our practices. And so it is hard for me to believe that we are doing everything that we could possibly do. And, you know, for years now, and now I'm going based on what I'm hearing from people, not my personal experience with it, but from the community response tonight and everywhere I go in public for the last few months. I met with people who have had personal experiences with this. And these things have been going on and being reported to the building department and or the town this entire time. And we have not made any additional strides until we were brought before the CSLB and the district attorney's office in that meeting a couple of weeks ago, where we all sat down and nobody could point fingers anymore. And all of a sudden now we're coming up with some expanded procedures. So yes, that is an improvement moving forward. But I would echo the concerns of several of the comments made tonight about how we got here and how we have not addressed this with any more seriousness before this point. And I think it is a reasonable expectation to support the trust and to establish and maintain the trust of the community and our residents, and not to mention our future residents, that they know that things are handled properly here and that we do our due diligence. I think that the request for an independent audit of our building department practices is prudent.
So first and foremost, I think we need to fix this going forward. And I think that's a must, and I think we're on the way to do that. I don't know exactly what an independent audit will look like that defined. But I think if that's what we need to do, we could do that. But we need to fix this going forward. And I think we've heard from contractors that having the actual contractor on building site is not going to work. And I think the solution of if it's a worker or a card, you check that out, you call and verify they're doing the work. I mean, if somebody wants to find a way around, I'm sure they can. But you do the best you can, and we need to do better, and I think we can, and I think we're on the track for that. I think that's the important thing is to fix this moving forward. And you know, that's my concern is to make sure that we don't ever have any of this happen again.
So that route, while is an option, that puts it on the building department to add additional steps to their routine for this process, to go back and make calls and verifications. I actually really like Mr. Spersky's recommendation of breaking that out into subcontractors coming in to pull their own permit for that piece, because that puts it back on them. And then there is a physical person in front of the building department with their valid license, and it's on them, not on the building department.
We need to hear the impact of that.
So
we need to hear what's that impact. I'm concerned about raising costs.
I'm thinking that's going to be more of an impact on the contractor than the building department.
If you don't do that on owner-builder, that makes sense, but contractor, contractor standing
Owner-builder,
by.
that's what we're talking about.
No, it isn't. We've been talking about both.
Yeah, and I thought we had, whatever we did for one, we had to do for all. Is
Well-
that not correct, Scott?
Yeah.
So whatever we initiate for owner-builder, we have to initiate for everything, including contractors.
You have to initiate it across the board.
If for an owner-builder, if we were to ask for each of the licensed subs to come in and pull their own permit, rather than have the building department burdened with calling and verifying that is the licensed contractor performing the work, which can't actually be verified, just to verify that it's active.
So first, I would need to do some research to see if that's legal. I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it isn't, I'm saying I need to do some research to make sure it's legit that you can do that. Second, you would have to pass an ordinance, assuming it's legal, you'd have to pass an ordinance to include those details. And I imagine it would include some modicum of cost recovery. Every permit that's pulled requires some level of research by the building department, which requires a fee. So can it be done? I'll have to investigate. I don't know, but I'll certainly take a look at it.
So I just want to make a couple of comments. When I built my home after the fire, as an owner-builder, I hired local contractors and subs, and I had no problems, and I'm grateful for that. I was fortunate to be a part of the Ron Howard film, and one of the things that Ron asked me when he came to my home was, are you worried about out-of-town people coming in and buying up land and ripping off your community? And I said, no, because we're all on septic. You know, I didn't see how, I'm thinking of big developers coming in with housing tracts. But I'm seeing that what he was seeing back then in 2019 has happened. You know, people bought a lot of cheap land because a lot of us were traumatized and left, and I appreciate that. You know, I don't think we should make this real complicated. I have complete faith in our staff, in all of our departments. We've all been through something that hasn't happened. We've been a forefront of helping other communities that have endured destruction and disaster. We've learned things dealing with FEMA, dealing with Cal OES, dealing with the cleanup, dealing with all this crap. And we've shared that with these other communities that are now dealing with those things. The problem we have that's causing all these people these problems is the California State Legislature has allowed people to say, if I'm an owner-builder, I can build 4 homes a year. I don't need any licenses. There's a group of people here that have tangible evidence of harm that's been done to them. Let's get together, and I would suggest the town, as we've been a leader in some of the other recovery efforts and in helping other communities, let's go get the contractors or get the state of California legislature to change that broken law, because this is going to keep happening all over the state and all over these other communities. Our staff are not, there's nothing wrong with our staff. We've all been through a horrendous thing. Do we make mistakes? Have mistakes been made? Have we been taken advantage of by slimeball profiteers? Yeah, you know, and we're trying to fix it, and we're going to do that together. I imagine an audit, like a financial audit, probably costs you $100,000 or more. You know, I'm not opposed to having somebody. I know I've talked with Tony. Tony's not opposed to, like, if we can find somebody that's independent. I don't care if we have a group of citizens that are contractors. They can ride around with the inspectors and shadow them and see what we do. And if you find deficiencies, let's make note of them. Like we're making all these corrections now. We're photographing inspections and things. And so, you know, we're open to, like, if there's something wrong, if we need to retrain somebody, if we need to have more tools, if we need to use more of technology, let's do it. We're willing to do it. We want to fix this. And the home sellers and all the other people, start naming these people. I'm not talking about advocating, condemning whole ethnic groups, but if there's bad, name them. I haven't heard the names of it. A couple of names I've heard I can't pronounce, but I mean, let's out these people. Hold on, I'm talking. Let's out these people. I mean, let's do this, and let's all y'all get together and let's go to the state and get Gallagher, and let's get the town behind it. Let's sue the state. Look at what it's wrong. I mean, we can't fix it just, you know, beating up our building department stuff.
What does the state have to do with
We had.
Hey, come on.
Hang on. We're gonna conduct, if you want to speak, will come up here and speak, not from,
He's got a gun.
No, so I just wanted to address one thing. So if there's legislative or state level issues, that's one thing, but 7044, the Business Profession Code, is very clear. Owner builder can build no more than 4 homes in a year if they own that property, but they have to use licensed tradespeople for each step of the process. If you want to build your own home and do all the work yourself, and you intend to live in it for a minimum of 12 months, and you can build it to pass all those inspections, then you can do that. So I think we just kind of need to circle back to how are we going to tune up our inspection process, ensuring licensed subcontractors, right? Yes. So, and we are working close with Tony, as he mentioned, so everything that we can do to support that, we are. So I feel like sitting back is getting more complicated than it needs to be.
well, I'm thinking now we're kind of, it's going to be up to us. We're not going to get a lot of help from the contractor, state license board, nor probably the district attorney. So now I know your department stepped up and you're going around and looking, at these projects and looking for unlicensed. It's something we haven't done before.
Right.
So we are trying to change the culture. We're trying to improve things, and I think that's where we really need to focus, is moving forward, and that this doesn't happen again. And I think we've got a right start, and we can tweak it as we go along, too. And I think we all need to do that, and I think that's what we need to do, is concentrate on moving forward and making sure this doesn't happen again.
To your point, I think you're right. It has to be a moldable, flexible situation, because as we're hearing the feedback from folks, we don't want to be impactful to them. Just about everybody that we've contacted out in the field is ready for us to show up. They're happy to give us a book or, present their license to us to make sure that, we're in and out of there in a timely manner. We've had people run from us. We're not going to chase them all, but, it's to be expected, okay? So, but by and large, as Tony mentioned, only 2 notable issues that we've encountered so far. So we'll continue to support that. We've met with the DA's office several times. It's difficult to navigate when you talk about kind of the spider web of interconnections and pointing fingers as to who's responsible or who has a license. We did make some improvements in the form to ensure that if somebody's providing false information, we have a good chance of going after them for perjury, false documents, things of that nature that's a lot easier to prove. So we'll get creative in the ways that we can to, support and hold people accountable. But it is difficult, and I think that we just have to be flexible as we put something into place, but we're making good strides at taking those steps to begin somewhere. That's just kind of what I wanted to add to where we're at.
Thank you, Eric. So I'd like to ask, well, actually, I'd like to ask Tony a question too. So as far as having, if somebody had to, every single sub they had to pull their own permit, what impact is that going to have?
We would have to figure out a whole new permitting structure, right? So that would take more time. It's something that we'd have to discover, develop a fee schedule for that independent, and it depends on how microscopic you want to make that, right? So you want the mirror guy, the tradesman, the glazier, right? Sometimes the mirrors, the countertop person, the flooring installer, right? I mean, so I guess we'd have to decide what kind of scale you want that at.
I think that's a great idea. I mean, it is an option. Problem is, we've gone to remote.
Online.
Yes,
Right.
online permits. So you don't even have to go in to get your permit.
Correct.
So are you gonna trash that?
No, we can't do that. Can't go backwards.
Well,
So
I'm saying-
I'd like to ask JT a question. JT, want to ask you a question? So you heard as far as getting permits and what have you for the subs. What's your suggestion? Yes.
So, unfortunately, probably anything you implement is gonna have holes in it that people are gonna find ways around. In commercial construction, no bills get paid without a lien release. So, I mean, you could put it back on the contractors. I know Greg probably won't be happy about this.
No, we do it all the time.
But, to get your final, you submit a copy of the canceled check to whatever subcontractor that was, the lien release, and a copy of the contract. I mean, it's the least impactful for the building department. There's still, the biggest problem that I see is that, a lot of these guys are gonna say, oh yeah, my employee did that because I have a general B. That does kind of get us away from the owner builder. At least somebody has some accountability and there is a license and they can be, like somebody said, $25,000 for a bond isn't going to fix nearly anything. But it really, again, it just needs to come back to the very beginning. It needs to be, we have to have a standard set that that owner builders, that contractors that don't do things right, we have to have a standard set that it's just, they're going to look the other way. And I don't want to push it off to other communities because I don't want anybody else to go through this. And I said that when we had that meeting a couple weeks ago, but we can only do so much and we have to protect our own.
I get that, and again, I'm still, 7 years later, I'm still dealing with people that were ripping us off with, and we still have one here building.
I know.
And we can't seem to do anything about that, and that's really troublesome, or at least legally, we can't do anything. I'm just trying, let's come up with.
I think that's the cleanest way that I can come up with. I do like the idea of, them pulling their own permits, but I think that's going to get messy. You'd have to do, to a degree. I think, if you just went and pulled a permit for the house, but then each sub came in and had to at least like put their name on a permit for that section to where you're getting that information. Again, it's pretty hard to falsify that you gave somebody, you're going to be getting copies of canceled checks. What does it take these days? Like a day for a check to go through and be on a bank statement? It's not like you're going to hold things up very long. And yes, I know it's going to be really cumbersome for a while, but we've got to make it as difficult as possible before we can get back to Easy Street. So I don't know what else to do. There are a lot of
I like the
options.
perjury thing. They have them sign something where it's, under perjury if they
So the proposal-
falsify what they're writing.
Correct, and they're signing that, and then when they turn
Right.
in, and then when that person turns in that contract and, the lien release and a copy of the canceled check,
They'll think
you've got
twice.
evidence to actually do something. The DA can now move on something. They're not, that's the biggest problem for the DA is
all
they can't
hearsay.
prove most of this. It's almost all hearsay, and so it's like, they aren't spending their time.
And we've got, and I know that Scott had mentioned to me, this really has nothing to do with this, but it addresses another issue with builders out there that are collecting money up front and what have you. And there's still a few of those out there. And so Scott's looking into something where if we have, there's one going right now, and we can't do anything about it because he's got an active license. And I know who he is, but that doesn't matter. And so Scott's looking to see if there's something that he's working on is, if you have, 2, 3 complaints of this, that, you won't have to issue a permit perhaps. So.
Oh, for sure.
We want to, everything that we can do to protect the public, we want to do.
I think unfortunately from the beginning, the public has not been educated enough and it hasn't been pushed enough to really do their homework on people. And I understand there are good snake oil salesmen out there, and you're referring to one of them.
But the problem is too, especially at the beginning here.
Yep.
When somebody wanted to get home so bad and they had a pile of money in their hands and they go to you and say, hey, I want you to build my house. You say, great, I can, but I'm busy right now. I can build it in a year. And then you know it's going to be another year after that. So you're 2 years out. This guy comes in and says, I'll have you home in 6 to 8 months. They can't wait to throw money at them.
I've been in that position where people have offered to pay me
Yeah.
for the entire house up
Yeah.
front. There isn't, no way I would take that money. And then I educate them on the fact that they should never do that with anybody. Even if they do come to me and I don't decide to build their house or I can't build their house, I still educate them on the way out the door. Because I've seen too many people ripped
Almost
off.
every one of them, after the fire, wanted to give you a bunch of money to build their house.
Yep.
They thought that would lock you in and make you do their job.
Yeah.
And you can't touch that. That's.
Well, let's work together however we can to stop this and to protect. And again, there is no 100% stop, but
Correct.
where we can get to where we need to get and we can all look at ourselves in the mirror and say, yeah, this isn't going to happen again. And where we can pivot. If we're not doing enough, we'll find something, to add on. But let's get a starting point.
There are a lot of communities, and some of them very small, that have for years required way more things than Paradise has. We can look at those for models. I think some of those did get sent to you guys, like from Berkeley, I know that's a bigger one, but almost every municipality has an owner-builder, a separate owner-builder requirement than a contractor. And it's because of this problem.
It's funny though, I talked to the county because somebody had told me that they had managed to get rid of some of our bad contractors out of the county. Well, that wasn't true. Not only it wasn't true, but they're encouraging owner builders because they got no building going on. And so it was, it was just kind of interesting hearing that, but also means they don't have the problems that we do because they don't have it going on.
So what if we pass this for now and keep adding on and just keep
Yeah, that was
refining
going to
it?
be my suggestion.
And mine as well. I'd like us to have another ad hoc meeting like they had before to bring all what we heard tonight to add to this, but at least approve this tonight because it's a step in the right direction. But knowing that we need to add some additional teeth, I'd love you to do what you did with when you were looking for the weed ordinance and all that. You did some research at other places. If there are other communities that have real tight rules about owner builders, we ought to research that and bring that back here like you did before. That was such a successful one.
already looking into that.
Okay, great.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to make sure everything's clear and directed by council, the first step would be to approve the resolution tonight, which is to approve the resolution that's before you tonight. It appears that council wants to give direction to Tony to bring back additional recommendations. I heard an ad hoc committee suggested if you want to do that, you need to give direction that there be an ad hoc committee and appoint a couple of council members to be on that ad hoc committee. And also, I'd suggest that you give a time frame in terms of when you would like to have something come back to council again.
And let me, so you've been the most vocal, and that's not a bad thing, and or a shot. So how about, would you be interested in the ad hoc committee as well?
May I get back to you on that? Or do we need a decision tonight?
Okay.
Make a decision now.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
Well, that's a yes, right?
Like I tell my kids.
Do we need to make a motion for that?
Again, I think you do need to give clear direction, so I would suggest you decide that you're going to appoint an ad hoc committee, you make that decision, and then again, I suggest you give staff a timeline in terms of when you would like to see some recommendations come back to you.
I move that we do proceed with having an ad hoc committee look at additional steps that we can add, that we would involve folks like JD here and possibly realtors and other important people and also council members assigned to that. And I would like to see them come back within 2 months with the recommendation.
So does that include initiating an independent audit?
I'm not for an audit.
Be a second
What is that?
That would be second motion. I'm not putting that on this motion.
What was that?
What's the resolution number?
2025
66.
66. So let me ask this, Ron. So your motion is to adopt Resolution 2025-66 and form an ad hoc committee to come back with...
Come back in 2 months with additional recommendations.
Okay, I'll second that.
Just a clarification, do you want to appoint council members to that, or have Tony work with a group of community volunteers to make that happen?
I think both.
Okay, then I would suggest that you identify who the council members are that are being appointed.
I would like to be on
I'd
that.
like to continue.
Okay. That was motion by Lassonde, seconded by Colleton.
Thanks, JT.
Yes.
To approve the resolution number 2025-66 as presented, as well as to form an ad hoc committee with Council Member Lang and Mayor Crowder to come back with more ideas and additional steps within 2 months. Councilmember Bolin.
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Lang.
Aye.
Councilmember Lassonde.
Aye.
And Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I would also like to make a motion that we initiate an independent audit of the building department in response to these concerns.
So define it.
Well, considering I am not an auditor, I'm just shooting from the hip here, but I would suggest that we go back to the transition of four-leaf to the town independently in our building department and do an audit of our building department practices. And that's something, I think the nitty-gritty of that scope would be something to discuss with an auditor. I mean, I don't know how complex it would be to go out to on-site to everything, but maybe in response to complaints that exist and our current practices. You know, I know that one of the rebuttals has been that the town does not have any liability and that would cost money. But I would disarm that by saying that whether or not that remains to be true, that we do not have any actual liability like financial or legal liability, my concern is the perception and the unquantifiable liability of these practices carrying on and becoming a problem that we can't overcome by reputation. And how do we recover if people don't want to move here because they're afraid of the quality and standard of our building, and then we don't ever attain the revenue to become solvent, and we burn through our reserves and we end up going back to county? That is a liability to me. And I realize that a lot of the people responsible for these decisions do not live here and probably are nearing the end of their career in one way, shape, or form. But the long-term effects of this are going to affect me and my neighbors and my friends and the residents here in this town in the big picture and in the long term. So I would like to assert an audit to make sure that we are not just taking the same ingredients to bake the same cake.
So does that,
So what, I mean, okay, but, what were you gonna ask?
so is that something that can be added tonight? Is that something that has to go?
Yeah, it's appropriate subject matter for what's on the agenda, so council can give direction. What you may wish to do, since you all don't know exactly what the scope of work would be, what you'd be talking about in terms of a proposal to do that, direct staff to bring you back a scope of work, a potential cost, and then you can, vote fully informed on what you're voting on. I'm sure we could find a way to do that.
So that goes to my question, I know that Tony and his department are not opposed to being investigated, looked at, ride along, see what we do. I know that because I've talked to him about it. So what is going to satisfy the community? I mean, you can hire some consultant A, you can bring in the CLCB, whoever. Who are you going to believe? Who are you going to trust? Because we're talking about taking general fund money and spending a bunch of money. You know, I understand Heidi's point. I think there's validity to that. I mean, do we take a group of local contractors that are our neighbors that we know and trust? I mean, so independent. What is that? You know, I mean, you're going to go buy somebody to investigate something.
We
and,
specialize in consultants here
you
at the
know,
town of Paradise.
to
I'm
Jim's
sure we can
idea-
find somebody.
You know, I don't know, it's just a lot of money. Until we know what it's going to cost and who it's going to be, and we have some definition, you know, I think that's all necessary in order to do that.
So let me revise my motion then to Jim's suggestion that we give staff direction to explore the option of having an independent audit and who that might be, what that scope of work might be, and bring that back to us at the next meeting.
Yes, we can take that direction.
I got something I have to say.
What do we do with the homes that are already?
That's what we're doing, is we're figuring out what it's going to look like. We don't know what it's going to look like. And that's what we're asking for, is staff to come back with direction.
But can you do an audit on the homes again?
The staff, we're giving the town staff direction to come back to define a potential scope of work. So, you know, and that's basically, a scope of work is what we're going to ask of the auditors, what we're going to ask them to look at, and what they're going to be expected to produce.
It's my understanding if we do this, depending on the scope of work, those homes that have been built improperly and got certificates of occupancy with these things, they'll probably look at those in doing case studies. Generally, an audit, like a financial audit, you're going to pull all the records, you're going to pull all the building permits that have been issued over a period of time and look at all of them. You're going to go on ride-alongs and see what the building inspectors do, and you're going to look for what got missed or what's broken, if anything, you know. That's what it's going to be, so.
You can't just have this.
They include those survey specifically to look at if there's any crossing points, holes.
Are we going to open up for public comment?
So again, to make sure you are all in agreement on the direction you're giving us, I would suggest that there would be a motion for what you want us to do with a second and a vote, and give us direction that way.
Okay, you want to restate your motion? Yeah.
So did you need me to restate the motion?
Yes, and if you could, you know, have the mayor ask for a second and then get a vote and we move forward.
So just to repeat my motion, I would like to make a motion to request staff to bring back information on pursuing an independent audit of our building department practices.
Can I get a second? Okay, well, I'll second.
Roll call, Councilmember Bolin.
I'm for making changes, I'm for doing stuff. This audit does not make any sense to me. I don't understand it. It just doesn't make sense. So I'm going to say no, because there's no scope. It doesn't have anything to do with that. We're talking about auditing how the department's working. And we are hiding. Give me a break. Are you serious?
Councilmember
Mine's a no.
Colleton.
If they keep it up, it's a more no if they keep it up. But
Councilmember Colleton.
I'm sorry.
unbelievable.
Aye.
Councilmember Lang.
Aye.
Voted for you guys. Do
Councilmember Lasson.
Folks, please be quiet while we're trying to do this vote. It's up to us, not you guys, to decide this decision. Thank you. No, we have to decide based on our own conscience, representing you. That's how this works. It's a representative form of government. So please allow us to deliberate and come up with the right answer. I'll vote aye.
Mayor Crowder.
I'll vote aye also. Now, this is just for staff to bring back.
It'll to be defined some kind of scope of work and estimated cost,
Yes.
give you full information so you can make an informed decision on what to do next.
Yes, aye.
Motion passes.
I would like to make one final comment on this topic. I want to be very, very clear that all of the attention, all of the emphasis, all of the criticism, and all of the motivation for pursuing these issues is not directed to any one contractor group, any one ethnic group, or anything beyond just the owner-builder loophole that we are dealing with, because there has been comments, there has been conduct by members of our community that has gone out of bounds, and that does not represent my personal views, and that does not, in my opinion, reflect any of the views of the council or the building department. I don't think that any of those claims that we are targeting any one group are valid, and that is just simply our rumor mill here in Paradise that is alive and well. Thank you.
Well, I'll tell you, it's not just owner builders, it's contractors too. Well, you can't, there's contractors with problems also.
Yes. That is very true.
And so we can't just
You're right.
lump it there.
Okay, so item 6E, consider approving the Second Amendment to the employment agreement between the Town of Paradise and James Goodwin. Scott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So during the review and the amendment of the employment agreement related to employee benefits for all employees about, I think it was 2 or 3 council meetings ago, I was directed to bring back an amendment to the town manager contract related to matching up the benefits for the town manager to coincide with what everybody else in City Hall gets. That was done, but what was inadvertently left off was the adjustment to the salary as well. Staff got a 4% adjustment, and I was directed by the council to bring back a 4% adjustment to the town manager contract. That is attached, the amendment is there, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions?
I move approval.
Second.
Motion by Bowen, seconded by Colleton. Councilmember Bowen.
Aye.
Councilmember Colleton.
Aye.
Councilmember Lang.
Aye.
Councilmember Lasson.
Aye.
Mayor Crowder.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. Council-initiated agenda items, we have none. Council reports.
Did PID, or, no, PUSD meeting, and very good, more civil than the last one. And, just kidding, just teasing. It was very good, and LAFCO, and really nothing to report on any of those that would interest anyone at 9 or 10 o'clock, so.
Let's see, I had the opportunity to participate in most of the Party in the Parks, and enjoyed that, and it was kind of cool to see all of the turnout this year. I went to the PRPD dive-in movie to watch Pirates of the Caribbean. That was fun. And we've had countless sewer meetings. I lost track. All sorts of committee meetings, special meetings, tours. The Downtown Development Committee is just kind of getting traction, and I'm excited to see that moving forward. I believe the goals from our first meeting were to kind of put together an inventory of the downtown, and we're working on incentives, so to see how we can get that moving. We took a tour of Merriam Park. That was pretty cool. And then I was able to volunteer again this year for the Girls in Manufacturing Camp at Butte College, which was a great time. The Astronomy on the Lake event by PRPD, if you guys haven't done that, you need to. I've lived here my whole life, and up until last year, hadn't really taken full advantage of Paradise Lake being right in our backyard. It's a really cool event. Then with Greg, the PUSD Liaison Committee meeting, a Habitat ribbon cutting, welcoming, I believe the resident's name was Jessica, that we welcomed into the community, which is, I think that's the 26th home by Habitat. Something like that, which is remarkable. And they have countless lots purchased for future builds. And then the Eagle Point affordable housing ribbon cutting.
Yeah, I also attended the Paradise Irrigation District joint meeting between them and us, and as Councilmember Boland said, it was a very well executed meeting. We had a healthcare committee meeting that we discussed the revised plan that was submitted back to us and provided comments on that. Subsequent to that, later on we had a follow-up meeting with the vendor that's providing that, and we gave them specific directions on how to tell us what we should do in the first 0 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, and 10 to 15 years. The comment was made it look more like a term paper rather than an actionable plan, and we're asking for something that's actionable so we can try to restore the healthcare here on the Ridge. I also attended a party in the park and the downtown working group. My recommendation is I want actionable plans similar to our long-range recovery plan, something that we can say, let's implement this, and also provide that feedback to the community saying these are the things that are recommended. What's your viewpoints on that? I did attend a sewer project meeting where they discussed the different options. Also attended the Habitat meeting where they presented keys, did a home dedication. And it's just so wonderful to see a house like that built by volunteers, by people of our community, for somebody that's going to live in our community. They had 3 children there. These children have a great chance of having a good childhood and growing up to be very productive citizens because they have a home to live in as opposed to couch surfing or things like that. So it's just a wonderful thing. If you get an opportunity, doesn't matter what your skill set, even if you're not a contractor, you can work on houses with Habitat. They will train you. Yeah, I know. They have the license, but they actually watch you and make sure you do it right. So, yes. Yeah. Anyways, I did attend the Eagle Point. That's just a wonderful success story to see. I was there when they did had the golden shovels and tossed a little dirt in the air and made it look like we're doing some work, and we weren't. And now they have those places there, and there are people. It's fully occupied, and some of the rent is really reasonable for those who are not as well off as some of the other members of our community. So I thought that was outstanding. And we have a lot more of those types of apartments that are in plans, that are in build. We will have affordable housing up here better than just about any community in California because we have the open space to do it, and our housing department is getting the funding and all the tax credits and all that lined up so that we can have that in our community along with all the other houses. Now, if we can straighten out this little issue that you folks brought up, we'll have a great community going forward. I met with PG&E about some of the issues that I've heard and got some feedback from her. Things are already moving in the right direction. No big problems, little things and all that. I know you folks are worried about all the other stuff that's going on in town with all the construction that's going on. PG&E is really well ahead, but I did find out they will not be completed with all their undergrounding till the end of next year. I was thinking, I had heard the end of this year. I was told by them, no, most likely some of the stuff is going to be delayed till next year. And that's all I had.
They don't let me out of the home very often, but I did make it to the Eagle Point ribbon cutting, and that was pretty cool. And there's some apartments on Cypress, apparently are the same construction team or financiers or whatever are doing those. And there's going to be 70 units open up there, and that's looking pretty cool. So, and that's about it, other than attending all of these special meetings.
So I did with Councilman Colton, PRPD Liaison Committee, and so we're hearing things that they've got planned. There's a lot of things planned. I think it's a good course. I did a sewer update on KPay. Healthcare Committee, we reviewed what we got back as a draft, and it still needs some work, second time. So it's going back, hopefully. I don't know that we have a time frame of when it's going to come back to us, but hopefully it'll be soon. We did the sewer tour of Biggs, which was interesting. I know more about sewers than I ever thought I'd care to know. Was involved in the contractor meeting that was mentioned with JT, Contractors License Board, the DA's office, our PD, our building department, ID. Again, countless sewer meetings. Party in the Park, finished up the last one of those, working the town booth. Attended the chamber breakfast meeting with their new consultants that they have on with promoting Paradise and what have you. Sounds very interesting. We had our special sewer meeting at PPAC. I spent some time on a Zoom call, excuse me, with the Washington State Insurance Commissioner. They're trying to work out insurance there. They're having some of the same issues that we are, so they wanted to kind of get my feeling on that. Met a group of citizens that had some concerns over our sewer, and Mark Maddox attended that with me. Ribbon cutting at Eagle Point. I was fortunate, and I was given the scissors to cut, even though I shouldn't have sharp objects, I'm told. But I'll tell you, our housing should have cut that ribbon, because they've done such a great job in doing that, and they kind of didn't get the credit for it that I think they should have, but they did a great job. And that's it for me. So, that being said, future agenda items.
Yeah, I want to put something on the next agenda. I want to have a discussion about vacant lots. We just did it with this animal deal. If I own my lot and I own the lot next door to me, my house is on my lot, I want to be able to park my RV, my boat, have a shed or whatever on that vacant lot that I own that's adjacent to me. I want to talk about, we have a thing in the books that's been there since pre-fire days, saying that you can't have anything on a vacant lot unless you have a home. I think that, I don't know why that exists. I want to change it. If you own the property, you should be able to use it. So I want to talk about it next.
I would like to add that we discuss what that insurance advocacy committee would look like on the next agenda. The insurance advocacy committee that was mentioned earlier. No, I would like to discuss making that and what it would look like, but not tonight. It's 10:19.
10:20.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, the county just gave themselves a raise.
Chickens, don't forget the chickens.
That's on there. That's on there.
Thank you, Steve.
Chickens and rabbits.
And I expect shirts.
No, not those shirts.
Yeah, the shirts, the ones that
Not those shirts.
So, and you can even wear yours. So, item 8A, Town Manager Report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just quickly, many of the same meetings that you participated in. I have been with many of you at, that's the PID and the PRPD liaison committees, the downtown working group, our healthcare advisory, healthcare plan, ad hoc committee for the plan, multiple sewer meetings, all leading up to our special meeting on Thursday night. So there you go.
And Susan, you have a report?
Just an update on some of the development projects that we've been working on. And it's mainly multifamily right now. Cypress Senior, that's the second phase for the Cypress development. They just submitted online this week. That's another 70 units. Clark Road Apartments, those are the ones across from the post office. Those are in plan check right now. That's 72 units. We are working with the developers for Cape Cod Mobile Home Park, which is being decommissioned to just be replaced as 48 affordable apartment units. We're working with them with their addressing so they can get their plans submitted. We also are starting the environmental review period tomorrow for a new 7-unit RV park that's way up at the top end of Skyway. It's kind of in the backyard of a commercial building that's being built. And so the commission will hear that next month. And then we have a commercial tenant improvement for a new nail salon that's up at Lynn's Optimo, right at Clark and Skyway in that shopping center. So that's the update.